You were gonna mute Colin.
No.
I mean,
what's up, everybody? We're live now. We're live. So Austin, Colin, whatever you were about to say, X-nay. We don't want to. We don't want you to get canceled.
Jeez, Colin. You guys don't want to hear what Colin says off screen, off air.
It's ridiculous. You think he's the nice guy of this group, but that's live.
I've carefully crafted this persona, and I love that you guys are blowing it up live right now.
What does Ryan say about Creed's blog on that one episode of The Office? He's like, it's something, even for the internet. Oh, what does he say? Chris knows what I'm talking about.
I think it's too much to handle.
Yeah, I forget what word he uses, but
he's like, there's the pretty racy stuff on there.
Let's go, Jared. Let's go. It's very weird being here and realizing, we don't have a top pick, and it really doesn't matter who we pick because our team's just so damn good. It's nice.
I'm excited for the Panthers pick because, if they take quarterback. If they don't, I'm going to be so pissed.
You think they're going to go quarterback?
No. But I really wish
they're
they
going to be pissed.
Yeah. I think the likely scenario is they go in terms of likeliness, I think they go probably cornerback. So I think they go Surtain or Horn, and then they go O-line between – I don't think Sewell's going to be there, but I think Slater could be. And then I think they go Slater or they trade back. I don't think they're going to take quarterback. I don't even know if Fields will be there. He'd be the one that would fall.
I think
no, Fields isn't going to be there because he'll be going at 4.
That's what Colin's hoping for. So – I will say, since we didn't really do any kind of introduction stuff here when we first kicked this off, I just said, that's Austin, Colin. Nope. I'm horrible at this point. I think Colin and Chris are down there. I'm Matt. You guys obviously probably already know that. We are going to be here for you the entire first round of the draft. We'll have Jarrett jumping in a little bit. Alfred will be jumping in. Dwight will be joining us. Felix will be here. We will have former 3-time Pro Bowler, first-round selection, Lewis Sharp joining us as well. I don't know if all of us are going to be on for that part, if it's just going to be Felix, but we will bring you guys full coverage of the entire first round here. Some of us will be dipping on and off throughout the podcast live stream, but we're guys just going to give you instant analysis on every pick. Right now, unfortunately, we're having to listen to Kings of Leon play, but everything looks beautiful there. I don't know if you guys are still watching it live. I wish I was there in person, man. I'm so disappointed. I really am. Have you guys ever been to a draft live, any of you?
No, Austin and I and my brother talked briefly about going to the one that was in Nashville, but it never happened. Austin's looking at me with that blank look like he had.
No, it happened. Sorry, no. So I'm single screening it until my wife is done with. We did a virtual wine tasting before this. It's still wrapping up, so she's out doing that right now. So I'm single screening it. So and I don't have a TV in here, so I was watching it and was not paying attention to this. If you just see me with a glazed over look, I'm probably looking at a different.
He's also probably half in the bag too. So wine tasting.
It makes sense. Just a minute ago there, I really thought Austin was frozen. Me and Colin were both looking to see if Austin was going to say anything. Colin just starts talking. Austin's just.
Well, I'm not even sure how much I'm working tomorrow, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
It's the Sangiove's talking.
It's what?
The Sangiove's for your wine tasting. We just came from a steakhouse. It was first time I think we've been out to eat inside a restaurant. I don't know how long. 7 months, 8 months.
That has got to be. I mean, I don't want to bring COVID up, but we're already here, so let's just talk about it. It's crazy to me hearing some people talk about that. I don't remember what podcast I was listening to this morning. It may have been CBS's. I've been listening to CBS Fantasy Football Daily ever since we had Dave Richard on because I thought he was a phenomenal guest, and I'd never listened to the pod before, so I started listening to it, and I'm pretty sure it was that one. The host was talking about how they were going out to eat today for the first time in 15 months, and he blew his tire out, so he turned back around and just went home. And I was like, I say that because it's weird to me, and I mean, I know I've brought this up before on other podcasts, but Texas doesn't really believe that COVID's real. So, down here, the world's been open since, I don't even know. We believed in COVID for 2 months when they shut everything down. That was it. So it's just weird to me to hear other people are still, because I know Jordan Richards of Black Box Show, does all that stuff with Ray, has talking about his same thing. He hasn't been outside in like 18 months. Like he walks outside and that's it. They still, everything's shut down there in Canada. And it's just insane. I don't know. I don't know how you guys do it, man. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not really the guy who likes to go outside a lot, but
we can
feel like if I was, well, yeah, I know it's the cast for complexion, right? It was funny seeing, like, I feel like I feel like I blind people when they see me. Like I'm sitting there, my wife makes fun of me all the time. That's why I have like a full onesie when I go swimming, because you do not want to see these thunder thighs here, baby. When they get into the sun, it's bad. We're losing viewers by the second, so maybe we should change the topic.
That's a never nude. That's a never nude.
There are dozens of us.
Yeah. With obviously the big news that came out here earlier today was all the Aaron Rodgers stuff. We've been talking about it in our Slack. I guess I'll throw it to you first, Colin. What are your thoughts? Like, do you think he actually gets traded tonight? Because I think if they're gonna make the move, tonight's the night to do it. They're not gonna get any kind of close value to what they could get tonight if they don't move him.
Yeah, I agree. If they're gonna move him, tonight's the night. But with everything they're saying, like they're gonna dig their heels in, and they've turned down reportedly that offer from San Fran. So I don't know if it happens tonight, but Aaron Rodgers strikes me as the kind of guy who is going to pull a Carson Palmer, and he's going to be like, if you don't trade me, I will retire. So
noted diva.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't think he gets moved tonight, and I think that's going to bite the Packers in the butt.
Moxley, you agree with that?
No, I think he gets moved tonight. I think there's enough smoke. Yeah, exactly. Right. So I've seen the stuff from Schlereth about the Broncos, and Ben Albright tweeted an hour ago.
Literally, yeah. My Twitter just got flooded. I just now saw all this stuff popping up.
Yeah. So Albright tweeted an hour ago. So I think.
Well, you guys must be you guys might get very happy Matt Fox on here in a little bit, because he was pretty pissed off about that Teddy Bridgewater trade. If they get Aaron Rodgers, that dude's going to be – that's going to suck, though. I was really kind of hoping that'd be one of the spots Justin Fields goes to.
Well,
it's
I
funny.
think they'll move – yeah. I think they'll move their
go
pick.
ahead, Max. Go.
Yeah, no, I think they'll move their pick. The deal makes sense. I think Rodgers really pushed the envelope and said, we're going to leak. I think Felix talked about this on Twitter earlier. Yeah. Rodgers team leaked it. Like, there's no chance they didn't. And so they're putting public pressure now on Green Bay to make a move. You have to do it now if you're going to do it. I mean, this is really the chance that you're going to have. You can't move him next year. I don't know what they're going to do. I think Denver's a great fit. They have a high enough pick. They think they can get a quarterback. I mean, you do it if you're going to do it now.
Yeah.
The only thing is they just traded for Teddy B.
That's a 6.
Oh, yeah. Well, then you don't go get Aaron Rodgers if you can get Teddy.
Yeah. I mean,
if they were working on this, like, you know, I mean, unless they just put an impressive offer together in like the last 8 hours or less.
The tweet that I just saw said that they just sent in a very impressive offer to the Packers. So I'm wondering if maybe that news came out and all of a sudden they're like, well, let's go get Aaron Rodgers. Because that's the thing. The Panthers are the one paying almost all of Teddy Bridgewater's contract. So I'm pretty sure Denver could cut him and they're not going to take any loss. They lose a 6th-round pick. Give me Aaron Rodgers.
Or they could trade him somewhere else.
Sign me up for Aaron Rodgers versus Patrick Mahomes twice a year, too, especially with those rosters. Holy crap. Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant, Jerry Jeudy. I mean, Melvin Gordon's but still, that'd be fun. No, I was going to say about Justin Fields so there's 3 spots that I hope he goes to, and all 3 is like people who are fans in our group. So I think it's okay that I just like bandwagon on, and that's Atlanta, Carolina, and Denver. So, and Carolina too, because my younger brother is just a massive Panthers fan. And so
how'd that happen?
Yeah. He's just when he was younger, he fell in love, I'm pretty sure, just like with the colors, and he liked the logo, so he just became a Panthers fan, and then he stuck with it, which I got to give him props because he stuck with it. Most people bandwagon all around, and it's, you know, mostly because we both have lived in Texas for so long. Colin, you know, it makes sense. I was trying to put that together.
All of Colin's favorite teams are from different cities.
Yes, they are. But how can you call me a bandwagon?
He knows how I feel about this.
How can you call me a bandwagon fan when I'm a Falcons fan?
because from what I've heard, and maybe it's not true. I guess we've got you here so we can ask you. I heard that you weren't a Falcons fan until a couple of years ago when they made that Super Bowl run, and props to you for sticking with it after that. But still, it was.
I've been a Falcons fan since 04, Madden 04, and I have a Mike Vick jersey to prove it. A Youth XL Mike Vick jersey.
He's been a Dodgers fan since last year too. It's pretty crazy. I don't know how this keeps happening.
I can't say anything about that.
St. Louis Blues hockey. St. Louis Blues for hockey.
I love the Dodgers. So, no, the one thing that just stuck with me is the fact that you still wear a Youth X small. But it kind of makes sense. Like just seeing you on video, like, oh, not anymore. It's a Youth medium.
Oh no, no.
Medium.
It's gone up a couple sizes since then. We'll just leave it at that.
That COVID 20 got you like it did Austin. I remember Austin was talking about that all the time.
I'm back in the day. Fucking fat now. It's terrible.
Oh, it's gonna be fun when we're all gonna be there, right? Moxley, are you gonna try and go to the why can't
Expo?
I think of the
Expo?
I have no idea.
PJ, get out of here.
No,
never Ohio State.
Those colors run deep in college. There ain't no bandwagon fans in college. That's the one thing I can tell you right now. Except for all those Bama people, they're definitely bandwagoners. But
no,
basketball.
No chance in college you're gonna get someone jumping ship.
USC fans.
Yeah, you ride or die when your team's 2-9 every year.
Experience.
Yeah.
High five, Chris. You and me.
Well, we're in the SEC too, so it's a little more difficult to win.
Yeah, a little less forgiving. The ACC has been, is generally nice to us.
South Carolina beat UNC that one year where they only had one loss, too, like the very first game, and I think we were terrible that year, and it was just hilarious because I'm like, well, that's just SEC for you.
I got an honest question. I don't mean to hurt your guys' feelings when I say this. Does it not make it a little bit easier to cheer for a team that you don't expect to win that many games?
You're a Browns fan, so you tell us.
Yeah, that's why.
Mr. Condescending over here.
No.
Isn't it nice to not have expectations every year?
Yeah, it is. You know how it sucks when you expect them to go to the national championship and they get blown out by dad by himself. Like that shit sucks. I'd have rather not made it. That's the way I view it. But maybe that's because we've been to a few of them. I don't know.
I would be very happy if South Carolina made the college football playoff. I would much rather be making the playoff and get blown out by Alabama than lose to fucking Citadel every other year. So,
well, that's a fairly good point.
I will say the one exception is the Falcons Super Bowl. That one, that you don't recover from that.
I haven't recovered from that, and I'm not even a Falcons fan. That just I can't, especially because everybody anytime there's anything translating to 28-3,
March 28 every year. March 28.
Oh man,
I have a friend who sends me the score every day, every year.
Is it Trav?
No, it's not. You don't know the friend.
That's a good friend. That's a good friend, though.
It would surprise a lot of people to know that it's not Austin, though, that sends that.
I'm a nice guy. What can I say?
I mean, the Campus of Canton pod says differently, but I do believe you're a good guy.
I've cut out things that I've said to him before when we're recording.
I'm sure.
And I don't know why you cut that one out. It was in bounds. It was fine. I mean, we can tell the story now. I mean, it was earlier in the podcast, like when we first started. It was probably episode 3, 4. It was pretty early on. And we were talking about Kellen Mond. Austin said something about Kellen Mond and compared him to a beer. And I was like, yeah, maybe he's the Natty Light of quarterbacks. And then later on in the show, I was talking about CJ Maribel. And I was like, oh, I'm glad to hear that Austin commented on CJ Maribel too. And I was like, oh, I'm glad to hear that you're on his, the bandwagon there too. And he's like, why? So somebody with some credibility actually likes that guy.
Hey, got him.
So yeah, I mean, he said he felt bad because at that time I think I had 100 followers on Twitter.
Yeah, I didn't want to just bury a grave and just kind of kick you into it before we even got the show started.
I heard that your podcast is 3 times as long usually, and then you just cut out the stuff that you're being mean to call it with.
All the insults, it trims it down from about 4 hours to about
and the
one.
probably good 5-10 minutes of me crying.
Oh, I think that got left in last episode.
Someday I'll do Colin's crying in.
We'll do a behind the scenes one. We'll do a one that the lost tapes.
Oh, come on, man! That came out my nose. Let's see here. So, is somebody on the clock yet?
Nah, they supposed to start at 8, but they always run a little bit behind. But I mean, I don't know about you. I'm enjoying the Kings of Leon concert here.
Are they still jamming?
I'll have to drag them off the stage.
I know. Colin, what are you drinking tonight? Austin's got wine.
I am drinking a Rusty Rail Brewing Company Fog Monster. It's a New England IPA.
I started with the Gozas early, like keep it 4%, and then I think the next beer is going to be a double IPA. So we'll see.
Okay, I usually go the other way. I'll start out a little bit harder, and then
coast.
Yeah, and then coast.
Outside
and
the inside.
Yeah, it's an IPA from a Hitchhiker. It's a local place here. Really good. Anybody in Pittsburgh that hasn't been to Hitchhiker or near Pittsburgh?
I'm drinking local brew 23 flavors. It's delicious. Be careful. Might knock yourself out.
Pretty sure that's the oldest soda still being made in the U.S.
I wouldn't doubt it. They have like a whole little museum dedicated to it in Dublin, Texas. So,
really,
back when they used to use like real cocaine. Yeah.
Little sweets.
Look who it is.
There's little sweets there.
Yep. Little Sweet. Yep. He is still there. Alfred, what's up?
They keep him in a cage.
Nice shirt. Glad
Ravens
to see
colors
too.
Yeah, Ravens and Northwestern for my guy Kyrick McGowan.
Did you talk to him yet?
Oh yeah, baby.
Is that show out?
It's out. I thank you for listening.
I listen. I just haven't listened to that one yet. Apparently, did it come out yesterday?
Yeah, no, it dropped today.
Okay.
I can never figure out. I can never figure out what your release schedule is, Alfred. I don't know why. I can just never.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit happenstance. I try to go Tuesday, Thursday, but. So what are we doing here? The draft hasn't started. I guess the first pick hasn't been made, but it technically started at 8.
Technically starting now. It looks like he's on the stage with Jarvis Landry and some other people. So it looks like they're about to finally kick off the draft. We were talking about all the Aaron Rodgers stuff. I don't know if you've missed it. A lot of rumors now that he's going to be traded to Denver. So if you want to give your thoughts on that, you can. We've all kind of already talked about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, and then the most recent tweet I saw was somebody who's in with the Denver, insiders, and he said that there's no communication going on at all. So who the hell knows?
Interesting. It's going to be a fun night.
Should be pretty good. I'm going to go get some headphones. I'll be back.
Okay.
I was hoping he was going to say booze.
I thought that too. He may bring that too. We don't know.
Who's Alfred's team? Is he a Dolphins fan? No. Is he?
Oh,
because he's a Florida fan.
And
I have no idea who Alfred.
I think he's from the Florida area originally.
He's from.
Continuing
the
trend
Georgia.
of not knowing my co-founders, I have no idea. I know he's a Florida fan. That's it.
Wait till you find out about people who have kids.
I mean, I know Alfred's got 2 kids. I've seen the pictures. I've never heard Jarek talk about his kids before. Maybe I just wasn't listening, but I've never heard him talk about.
You've never asked about my kids.
You don't have kids, Austin. College,
yeah, dude.
You've never asked about.
You would think with how much I dominate them every week on the C2C pods, but no relation. No relation. Colin has nothing to say.
I don't. No, I don't.
Bernie Kosar.
Never heard of him.
Oh, dude's legit. What's up, Kevin? What are they doing? They're picking somebody out of the crowd to do what?
Man, yes, that's some serious, commitment to be up at 1:15 there.
I would just call in sick the next day.
Who's your NFL team, Kev? If you're
still watching.
Here, yeah, I want.
It's got to be the Browns, right, Kevin?
I've heard him talk some college before, but I've not heard him say who his favorite NFL team is.
And we'll just sit here and wait.
Hello, Mr. Alps. Thanks for joining us here.
You know what? I agree with you on that, buddy. This Kings of Leon and all this other crap is a little bit annoying. Week off of work. There you go, Kevin. Hey, who's your favorite NFL team, Kevin? None of us seem to remember, which is probably not a good thing. I'm supposed to be here for you guys.
It's got to be a Jacksonville fan since they come over to the UK 4 times a year.
I'm going to say the Rams. That's my guess.
Fell in love with old Blake Bortles.
I know he's a Tottenham fan, or at least I think he is. I hope I didn't offend him with that, but I'm pretty sure he's a Tottenham fan.
Really?
If you guess the wrong London club, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you get
get
who's
cut.
You're Chelsea, right?
I'm a big Chelsea fan.
You're a Chelsea fan. And then Colin, you're Manchester United. I know that because it's taken a lot for me to.
Man City.
You said Manchester United. That's right. Well, yeah. My bad. Yeah, it's taken a long time for me to like actually listen to you talk.
Yeah, no, I'm a City fan. If you want to accuse me of bandwagoning on a team, there's the one team that I kind of bandwagoned on. I started liking them.
Los Angeles.
I started liking
Dodgers,
them because
they've been really successful lately.
Right. There we go.
St. Louis Blues have been successful.
I'm telling you,
Atlanta just make a Super Bowl recently. I mean, it's starting to add up here, Colin.
He's now magically a UCLA basketball fan. Like, yeah,
he's a Jags fan.
Fucking embarrassing.
Was it Blake Bortles that got you? Was it Blake Bortles? Blake Bortles was amazing for like 1 year.
Yeah, he was really good that 1 year.
Hey,
or was Allen Robinson really good?
We'll call him A, we'll call him B.
Hey, whoever was talking with Brandon, tell him to come back. I was just about to click on him. He went away.
Thank you, Kev. You won't hold Chelsea against me. I appreciate that.
I don't like Chelsea, but I love Pulisic, so it's hard for me to like Chelsea.
Same. Pulisic's actually from like the Hershey, PA area, which is like right where I went to college.
Yeah, I grew up playing like against his club team and stuff. So yeah.
I mean
obviously I'm a couple years older than him, but
this is the wrong football talk people came for. But with it, it's 2026 that the World Cup's coming here, right?
I'm already putting money away, baby.
So am I. I was curious.
Taking a fucking month off of work.
So I can't take off a full month, but I'm going to try and space it out because obviously there's a lot of, there's so many stadiums down here in Texas. I don't know how many they're going to use. The one thing that sucks is Houston, I know, was on the list, but that's like a 4-hour drive, 5-hour drive for me. But Cowboy Stadium is only like 45 minutes. I'm hoping to try and go to as many, at least USA games. I don't want to hit all of the, I want to go see Germany, England, Spain. I want to try and get all of the big name countries and players in if I can in 2026. But yeah, I'm right there with you. Colin, are you going to try and go to as many games as you can, or? Yeah,
absolutely. I'm absolutely going to make a US game, but beyond that, I would like to go to, like you're saying, Spain. Obviously, it'll depend on who draws who, but I'd love to see like a Spain and Netherlands play, or Germany and England, or somebody like a big game like that would be a lot of fun. Because I studied abroad in the Netherlands over the summer, and they had a World Cup qualifying game that I went to. It was the Netherlands versus Ecuador. And it was just a World Cup qualifier, but like that game was like insane. Like Ecuador fans were everywhere. And I have no idea where how Ecuador fans, how many Ecuador fans were in Europe, or if they just all made the trip for a qualifier or what. But it was crazy. People
when would Netherlands, Ecuador ever been a World Cup qualifying game?
Not a World Cup. It was an exhibition, not a World Cup qualifier. It was exhibition. It was, let me look up the year, 2014, I believe.
I'm waiting for him to look this up and to have all the details wrong. He's like, oh, actually, it was Luxembourg and and Nigeria. It was 2 years after that, and it wasn't a 2-1 win.
It was. I'm not gonna lie. I was in Amsterdam, so.
So there was a lot of other stuff going on.
It's a beautiful city.
I'm sure it is for more reasons than one. By the way, Jacksonville is on the clock. We have yet to mention that they've got 5 minutes left. I wonder who they're going to pick.
Why do they? I guess why do they wait? Like, are they just like fielding offers just in case someone comes in with something ridiculous?
That's what Urban Meyer likes to do. He loves to build suspense, and so do
I think the NFL tells them they're not allowed to.
I just put it on.
I bet the NFL tells them they're not. They can't. They shouldn't do that, or like strongly discourages it. Like even if it's a sprint to the podium type scenario early, I bet they don't.
Oh, you think so, huh, Kevin? Man, I don't know.
Detroit's Super Bowl night.
Maybe if they get Justin Fields, I could see Super Bowl in their future.
Felix would agree with that. This is like the line. It's like the Browns Super Bowl usually.
2.5 decades worth. Yeah. Now we're a good team, and it's weird. I don't know what to do with myself. I really don't. Picking at 26, like no, Moxley.
That's like, did we trade for that pick?
I will kick you off the train. Don't you so me. We're a good team, damn it. For the first time in a long time, we're going to go 4-12 next year just because that's what we do. So I'm looking forward to it.
Listen, I like Kevin Stefanski. I think he's the right guy. I think he's the right coach.
I love Stefanski.
Yeah, he's really smart. He knows what he's doing.
I love Baker too. I mean, clearly, I'd have his babies if he'd let me. I don't say that lightly.
Don't think he would let you.
I don't know.
All right, let's see here. Oh, I want to go to Texas A&M soon. I will say I've probably been to 10 different campuses in my life. Texas A&M is a very beautiful campus, which is weird because I will say this. My wife is from the area. As you're getting to Texas A&M, you might fear for your life a little bit with some of the stuff around there. But then once you hit like the campus area, it's absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous. The whole campus, everything. But Austin, you ever been to, or how many college football games have you been to?
I've been to a couple. I mean, I grew up a Pitt fan, but I didn't live in Pittsburgh. I lived closer to Penn State actually growing up. I would never really want to go to a Penn State game, to be honest.
I would.
It's a lot of
whiteout. A whiteout.
I've been to tailgates there at Penn State before, and then I've been to the Penn State games here in Pittsburgh. Actually, one of them I didn't even make it to the game because I just got so blasted at the tailgate that I just couldn't make it in. This is like I almost got in a fight before the game, and that's like not like me at all. Like
no, never.
I was just so smashed, but no, I don't go to that many college football games. I probably should go to more. It's just like going to a Pitt game is like you have to go the whole way to the North Shore. There's like it's like a whole thing. Like I wish the stadium was on campus like it used to be.
Alfred, what is your NFL team? Because none of us seem to know that.
I don't really have one. My fantasy rosters is kind of my NFL team. I really don't have fanhood, but I do have teams I like to follow. You know, like right now, I'm very curious as to how the Dolphins are going to build. I like following teams that like do interesting things and cool things. So like the Ravens have been real fun because they've been, changed up their offense, do the full option with Lamar and all that kind of stuff.
They have to. So, the dude can't throw the ball. I mean, there's a difference between.
I'm just a fan of the game. Anyway, I actually have to do a little work, so I'm going to go on mute and then I'll be back. But I'm on call tonight, so I was going to check something out real quick.
All right.
How does on-call pharmacisting work when like you're not there to give somebody something?
Well, because that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what my job is, Devi.
Probably. Yeah. I'm not a pharmacist.
Yeah, no, it's not like working in Publix or whatever. I'm basically a consultant, so I need to go check out a chart and make a recommendation real quick and call someone. So nice. I'll be back in a jiff.
Learn something new today.
Yeah. So should we take him off the screen? I don't know if that was like a.
No, it's okay. I'll step away.
Okay, I wasn't sure. No, we can take you off and then pull you. I just didn't know because you're like, I'm gonna go work and then just. I don't know.
Oh no, I guess
off the screen or...
for everyone else, it might not be fun to see my blank screen, but I'll probably
they'll be all right. Austin was just like staring like a serial killer into the screen earlier. We were all kind of confused at what was going on, so we'll be all right.
Hey, the pick is in.
Ooh. Hey, with a minute left on the clock, they didn't waste all their time. We're very appreciative of that.
Have you guys seen, speaking of this, have you guys seen the pods that they have for the players that are there in person?
Yeah, I saw everybody making fun of Mac Jones's because apparently it was very vanilla.
We called Colin the whitest person ever on the pod last night. So
you
messaged me about that, and I was like, I thought you were doing it like in the after show or whatever. No, you did that in like the first 5 minutes of the show.
Up the top, right up the top.
Yeah, it was like right in the intro.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
which I gotta ask because I really thought that I was gonna get you guys with the Felix hair joke, and you both seemed a little like taken back by it. Was just not that good. Like both you and Ray were both like, and then just kind of kept going. But I was like, damn, I really thought I was going to at least get like a slight smile out of you guys. I thought, I worked hard on that one.
I'm sorry. I was just following Ray's lead. I didn't want to disappoint him.
I understand.
We didn't get to chat with him at all during the show because there was like there was like a tornado down there. Like Matt said, the fucking sirens going off and shit. So okay, the selection's in. So maybe we should.
Trevor Lawrence, it is. It's kind of what we all expected. I know. I can't. It wasn't Zach Wilson. Holy shit.
What if they'd said Justin Fields?
Dude, I'd have lost shit. I would have lost my shit. I might have broken my laptop. So I'm like, oh my God. Just like punched it. And now I knew it wasn't going to happen. So, I mean, we've already all been talking about this, right? We all knew, we've known for a while, and that was going to be Trevor Lawrence. Does this change anything for them, though? I mean, I really like DJ Chark coming into the year last year. I think injuries kind of held him back a little bit, and I watched a lot of their games because they were on in the afternoons a lot, and I had a lot of shares of DJ Chark. And Gardner Minshew, I know, was dealing with injuries of his own, was missing DJ Chark a lot wide open. So I don't think all of it was on Chark. Do you think having Lawrence there raises his value, raises anybody else? You guys sold on him being a top 12 quarterback? I mean,
yeah, I think he raises all ships there. I like this for Chark. I like it for Shenault. I like it for James Robinson too, just because it's going to help offset some of that pressure. Like, I mean, now they actually have a competent quarterback. He may lose some carries overall, but I'm assuming he'll be probably a little bit more efficient with those.
Oh, look at that run. Woo. I might be a few seconds behind, but man, he makes that Ohio State defense look bad.
Trevor Lawrence is hugging all his family. Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, I like that for all of them, and I like it for Trevor Lawrence too.
What about Visca?
Yeah, I like it for Visca.
I think Chark fits perfectly with the kind of receiver that he's used to throwing to over the past couple of years, right? Like, I don't even like DJ Chark that much. I think he's fine. Like, I don't hate him or anything. I thought his value was completely overblown last offseason, but he fits like exactly what Trevor Lawrence has been throwing to the past couple of years. He won't have to change his style that much at all. Where, I've been saying a lot, like people nitpick some of the stuff that Trevor Lawrence does with his ball placement, because I think at times, like, he just knows what his receiver can do. And he just says, I can put it in that ballpark. And he does that. And I think he does it really well. And I think Chark's the kind of guy that he can continue to do that with. Visca too, to an extent. I said I thought Visca was a better, deep ball contested guy than people wanted to give him credit for when he was coming out. I had I'd watched a little bit of Visca, and then I sat down and really watched him last year before the draft. And I thought he was a little more well-rounded than people really wanted to give him credit for. I didn't love him. I think he ended up coming in as like my wide receiver 6 or 7 in the class. It was a really good class, but I thought he was better than I thought he was at those kinds of things. So I think he'll do well too. And I think we're shoehorning him into like the Amari Rodgers role maybe. And I think he's a little more versatile than that personally. But I mean, we'll see how Urban Meyer wants to use him.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing that worries me, right? Is everybody keeps talking about them possibly using him in like a Curtis Samuel role like they did at Ohio State. And I just worry about I know that they were a little bit freak injuries in college at times, but the injury history is a little bit alarming for me with Visca, but I do think he could be very good there as well. Now, what do you guys think about this? Over, under? We've got 4 minutes left before the Jets make their pick, which I think is probably the more interesting one at the moment if they don't go Wilson. But over, under 2.5 seasons that Lawrence has the Jags in playoff contention. I'm actually going to go over because as much as I love what Urban Meyer did for the Ohio State, I don't know if he's going to be that great of an NFL coach. So I'm not sure they make the playoffs, even though the South is kind of on its way down. Really, Indy's the only team that's big there.
And there's additional playoff spots now.
Oh, that's got a good point there.
I think that combination sneaks them in at some point. I mean, Houston, that's a multi-year rebuild. Yeah, that's not a good team. So Tennessee's good. I mean, I don't.
Decade. Yeah.
We'll see how Tennessee continues to grow out here a little bit, but I think that
it's not just their division. I mean, look at the AFC playoffs this year, though. It was loaded. I mean, the Browns and Steelers barely got in, and they had good records this year. Or Steelers won the division, didn't they?
Yeah,
the Browns and Ravens. I'm sorry.
Ravens,
they still suck. Browns and Ravens barely got in, and they had good records this year. The AFC is loaded. I'd go over. Moxley, what do you think? Over, under on that 2.5 years?
It depends what you mean by playoff contention. I'm not sure they make it in 2 years, but I think they're probably a couple of years away. They've done a good job accumulating picks early, so I think they have 3 in the first 2 rounds. So they're on their way. I think they're one of the teams that are trending up. It depends what the Colts do. Tennessee has some question marks. They lost. Yeah, we'll see what they look like post Arthur Smith. I think he was a good offensive mind. The Colts are really the biggest challenge to get up. But while we were talking about Lawrence and who's kind of going to raise the see the most benefit from him, I think it's going to be Shenault. I think I wasn't really a big DJ Chark fan coming in, but Lawrence has a ton of his production after the catch. Like, he really has a lower ADOT than I think a lot of people assume he does. 77% of his yards came from yak yards 2 years ago, and then this year was 69%, which were 2 of the highest ratings among the 2021 quarterback class. So he's a guy who sees a lot of benefits from yak, because I think he knows how to get his players in the right position to succeed. And I think that's kind of the player that Shenault is. Even if Chenault's kind of operating intermediately, I think if they play him right, I think he's the one that's going to see a lot of benefit from Lawrence coming in, because I think Gardner was more of like a gunslinger who couldn't really do anything accurately anyway. But I think Lawrence's lower ADOT plus his ability to utilize yak players, that's going to be a boon for Shenault.
All right, looks like the Jets pick is in now.
What do we think? Let's hear a prediction from everybody here. What do we think this pick is before it happens?
It's Zach Wilson.
I think it's Wilson.
Does
anybody think differently?
There's been no buzz up to the contrary at all.
No, but it's Zach Wilson sucks. So, but that's the Jets. What the Jets do, right? So
I love when Felix isn't here. We can just shit talk everything.
It's funny. He's tweeting stuff out. So I don't know if he's just jumping on to later.
It's official.
Or is it? I'm not looking at Twitter.
Hey, we're not Woj or Woj here. We're not tipping picks. Okay, Alfred.
Sorry.
Alfred wasn't here for.
Alfred's sitting here twirling the mustache, you see.
All right. Well, now that I guess we
know
that
it gets fun.
Wait, what the fuck? They have a guy on a lazy boy sitting up there? What?
It's Cleveland, baby. It's what we do. Oh God!
If it was West Virginia, that would be on fire.
I loved Twitter making fun of Zach Wilson's pre-draft pick. Did you see that?
In fact, he looks like Zac Efron.
No, just like him in front of the mirror like that or whatever, and people were quote tweeting it, making fun of it. JJ Zacharyson was like, "My son getting ready for his high school prom."
It's a nice. I really like his suit. I'll be the guy that critiques the outfits for the rest of the night, because I love that kind of stuff.
That's a weird walk.
Yeah, it is high fiving everybody.
Good for him though. I'm happy for him, man. Not every year you get to go second in the draft when you're not supposed to. So I'm happy for him.
In fact, this might be the only time he ever does it.
That probably.
I would.
I don't know if you can say that for a fact, but you're probably right. There's you never know.
I feel good about it.
You do.
Yeah, I like Matt hedging his bet though.
Yeah, just in case things happen. Austin, what do you think this does for the Jets though? There's a lot of talk. I mean, they've got another pick. There's a lot of talk they could go in ETN, maybe grab another wide receiver, but he's a loose and natural thrower, special off platform. according to
2020 was better than 2019.
2019, so we're told. He's 6'2" and 1/8, 214 pounds. But I mean, what do you think this does for the Jets offense? Are you is it raise Mims? Corey Davis going to continue his 5th-year breakout into a 6-year breakout with Zach Wilson?
The problem with the Jets is I still think they're missing a true alpha on that roster. I don't think they have a single guy. I don't think Mims even profiles as it. I don't think that's in his range of outcomes as like a guy that leads a competent wide receiver room. He could be the best wide receiver. I mean, last year he was kind of the best wide receiver on a shitty, wide receiver room. I don't think they have a single guy on that team. Corey Davis is a 2, Mims is a 2, Crowder's a 3. They don't have that guy yet.
It's a good point.
But
it's a good point.
He might, yeah. That's a good point. Or I guess if you don't sign, you go right back into the draft pool, right? Isn't that what happened with the guy? Oh, the Buccaneers took him, and
hang on,
who was that? I kind of not remember that. It was somebody that he told them that he wouldn't play for them, or like they ruined his amateur status playing baseball. Was it Bo Jackson?
Yes, it was Bo Jackson.
Okay. It took me a minute to come up with that. I stalled. Thank you guys. Yeah, I don't think it does that much for this offense, to be honest. Just because I don't think they have the pieces there yet to, like, I'm not going to go buy Denzel Mims because I think you still need to buy a guy. They still need a guy above him. Like I at any of their prices, I don't want anybody there.
I mean, if Cincy needs a 1 across from Higgins, or people seem to think that they need that, then the Jets definitely need a 1 across from Mims.
Do people think
I think we're assuming that Mims is the one. I think Corey Davis is the one there.
I agree.
Do we not?
Yeah.
I do too. But I think that's why they brought him in. I don't think Corey Davis is the one, but I think that's why they brought him in, yes.
I mean, people have been telling me all offseason when I've been saying, like, it's ridiculous to get Jamar Chase for Cincinnati, and all my mentions say they have to have a 1 across from, or, Higgins isn't a 1. Chase would be such an upgrade. And I'm like,
I disagree with that. Moxley, you're shaking your head. I assume you disagree with that as well?
Higgins profiles more as an alpha than Jamar Chase does. Like, just from
all of his family look just like him.
Very hot
Holy
take.
crap. I'm sorry.
Who, Zach Wilson?
They just showed Zach Wilson's family, and it just looks like they just photoshopped his face onto 12 other people. Sorry, continue, Chris. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I think Higgins profiles as an alpha more than Jamar Chase does from just like a body type perspective. Like Jamar Chase is only like 6 foot, 200 pounds. Like I think that's a size that works in the NFL. Not that it can. I just think Higgins is like the more prototypical alpha. I think it's weird that he can't be an alpha in that offense. He kind of proved it last year. I agree with Alfred. The Chase stuff is kind of ridiculous. But I'm on the same page. The Jets don't have a 1.
No, they don't. I mean, but there's a lot of smart people that think they're going to go whatchamacallit. They think they're going to go Chase. A lot of smart people. It's crazy.
I don't know why you wouldn't take Penei Sewell.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, apparently he's not as good as I thought he was, or something. I mean,
I don't know what I'm watching at all when I watch offensive line.
Yeah. Me neither.
So I'll be, but I don't. I've watched some Penei Sewell, and like I don't know how you can, even if this is a deep offensive line draft, that you have killed your quarterback that you spent so much on last year. And not it's negligent to not protect him with the first pick.
Seems that way to me.
2 things really quick on Zach Wilson. Could actually end up being like the best quarterback outside of Joe Namath to play for the Jets because they just showed their history. That's pretty bad. So, no, it's not saying much, but still.
Yeah.
On Sewell, I think the biggest fear everybody keeps talking about, which I didn't even think about until I heard someone talking about today on SiriusXM, is the fact that he didn't play last year. And he didn't really develop much, so nobody knows what he really is going to look like coming into the NFL. Because, he looked good at 19 on tape over a year ago, but he didn't do anything last year. I still think he's phenomenal, and I agree with you guys. They should go Sewell because I like Joe Burrow, and I don't want him to die. But I don't I mean, I think them going Chase. I think if they're going to go an offensive weapon, they need to go Pitts. Like Chase just doesn't make sense to me. Outside of everybody just trying to ship them back together because they played together at LSU,
which
that's
is
not
so
going to be the
dumb.
2019 LSU offense. It's just not. Was that 1 minute left for San Francisco?
Especially because they play in a division where
don't fucking announce it if they say it on Twitter. I want to be surprised. I'm not
I
looking.
won't say a word. Okay. I won't say a word.
Every team in the AFC North
freak out at the bottom of the screen
has high-end pass rushers.
The pick is in. Oh.
So, like, by not taking a tackle, you're just letting J.J. Watt and what's his name from
Aaron Donald. No, wait, you're talking about Joe Burrow?
You meant
who's TJ Watt?
Sorry, TJ Watt, and who's the dude on the fucking
Steelers fan
Browns?
doesn't even know his own.
Seriously,
Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney.
Well, Clowney, whatever. But yes, like every team in that division has some pass rushers. Like they're just going to get him killed.
Felix, we did, guys. Lewis Sharp, 3-time Pro Bowler, first-round pick, will be joining us here any second.
Did he just text us?
Yeah, Felix is struggling with the technology part of stuff right now. That's who called.
I mean,
me. So,
classic. Wait, is the pick not in yet? What the heck? I thought you said they were walking
they're
up.
taking their sweet time to announce Justin Fields.
It's got to be. I think it's Lance. That's my final guess.
All right. Well, who you guys think it's going to be?
I think
Alps, I swear to God, you better not
Lance
say
became the favorite.
Yeah, Lance did become the favorite.
Yeah, Lance becoming the favorite was big.
And that's what worries me. I saw a report, too, that New Orleans said they were trying to trade up into the top 10. Shut up, Alfred! They jumped into the top 10 because they think Mac Jones is going to fall. Oh, no. Yeah, I hate that Alfred knows because I'm just going to blame
How much of a delay are you on?
It's not in yet. Is it in for you? The pick is in, but he hasn't announced it.
Are
He's
you
on stage right now.
Yeah, you're on.
I mean, how is it that much of a delay from Twitter to TV?
Oh, they get tip picks on Twitter.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, they're not supposed to, but like they do.
I mean, like sleeper push notification told me.
Okay. So how far does Mac Jones fall now?
Out of the first. Get him out of here, idiot.
I don't think he'll fall past
Why is he an idiot?
I'm just kidding. He's fine.
Wow. Poor Mac Jones, man. Like,
no,
how does that
not
feel
poor,
right
get
now?
out of here. Not poor Mac.
No. Let me finish. That poor dude has probably been told for like the past 2 months that he's going 3 to San Francisco, and he's all getting ready. He's at Bo Callahan on draft day, getting ready to stand up. And they're like, Trey Lance's like, oh shit, no, what happened?
I mean, at least they did go with the upside. I mean, thank God, it wasn't as ridiculous as.
Now, so do we think
that is ridiculous? That was a bad pick.
No, I mean, it should be Fields. I don't see how you take Lance over Fields, but at least it wasn't Mac Jones.
Okay, so go ahead, Colin, because you're probably about to ask the same question I was going to ask, so go ahead.
Well, I just said, I mean, now that they're taking Lance, who's a little bit more of a developmental guy, like we're assuming they keep Jimmy G now, right?
That's what I was going to ask. I think so. I think for at least a year. It's easier to get out of his contract next year anyways. I mean, I Moxley, you seem to disagree. I like Lance. I don't think he wins that job this year. Granted, Kyle Shanahan, brilliant offensive mind, can probably scheme that offense to work toward Lance's strengths and maybe not make him a hindrance like Jimmy G can be at times. I just feel like Lance is not ready to be the starter right now. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah. I think you're really underestimating what teams want to see when they draft a guy this high. I mean, only Mahomes, which is ironic, but only Mahomes sat. I mean, everybody else plays their first year. And Jimmy G stinks.
That doesn't make it a good call, though. That doesn't make it a good call that guys play. That's not true. Baker sat. The only reason he got in is because Tyrod Taylor got hurt.
They find a way to play, I think.
I'm not saying he sits for the whole year. I don't think he's a starter, though, to start off the season is what I'm saying. I think they keep Jimmy G.
Oh, no, I think you're right about that. Yeah, to start the season.
I think that's what me and Colin are talking about. Like, there's a lot of talk that they were going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo during the draft. Right. I don't think they trade him now. I think they keep him, and then when Lance is ready, he starts. But I think it's Jimmy G to kick off the season.
Okay. I'm with you there, yeah.
For what it's worth, I have Lance ranked higher than Wilson. And I have for about...
he was my QB.
Well, for forever. But yes, I've had Lance as QB3 for a while, so I think this.
Okay, so
me
before we
too.
get
Me too.
To the Mac Jones stuff, because that I think is very interesting. What does this do for San Francisco long term? Since we're all saying, or it seems like we think Jimmy G at least starts the season, even if it's only 2 games, he starts the season. Who does this help out the most? Is it Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, George Kittle? Does this help the running game with what Lance can do on his legs? And now that we know he's going to San Francisco, where does this put him in Superflex drafts for you? Obviously, we don't know where Fields goes yet, if that changes anything for you. Go ahead, Moxley.
Oh, he's 2. And I think there's a case that he can be 1. I like Lance has upside that nobody else in the draft has from a fantasy perspective, right? We know Fields is athletic. How much is Fields going to run? We know Lance will run, that he has that upside, that he can score touchdowns, that he's an athletic freak, and he's in the Shanahan offense that can utilize quarterbacks. He's a perfect fit. I think there's risk to his profile. He's only 17 collegiate starts. He has work to do with his his accuracy, but he's 2, and I don't really see a case otherwise. I mean, we can make a case maybe Fields goes to an offense that's really going to support him, but Lance has unparalleled upside. I don't think it's going to be close when ADP kind of gets finalized.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, I'll still take Fields at 2 to me. I mean, I love Lance, but I mean, I'll gladly, and if Fields falls to QB 3 or 4, I'm all over that. I mean, I have the 3rd pick in a Superflex dynasty, and I'll love to have Fields. I mean, Fields or Lance, doesn't matter. I love either one. It's that top 3 picks right now are just golden.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Alfred. I have a 1-3 in the league, and I have been very reluctant to trade that just because I like the quarterbacks in this class so much. And I'm hoping that Fields is the one who falls to me because I do like Fields a little bit better than Lance. I think that Chris brings up a really good point with Lance probably having the highest ceiling fantasy-wise of the class, but I do think that Justin Fields brings a really dynamic element with his legs as well, where we didn't really always see it at Ohio State. He does want to pass the ball more than run, but I mean, what was his 40 time? Like a 4.4, 4.45,
4.4 something. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I mean,
something like that.
Yeah. So, and I mean, even if you add like the 0.05 bump for being a pro day, he's still a sub 4.5 quarterback. So I love that athleticism too.
Yeah, I would not hate anybody
Falcons
for
pick.
taking.
Falcons are in.
They're in.
Yeah.
They took it. They stayed.
Wait,
so I don't. I don't think. I think I would put Lance ahead of Lawrence, but I've been a noted like Lawrence hater. I don't think Lawrence has the upside people give him. I really don't. I think, I hate to say this, but I think we've kind of seen not the ceiling, but close to the ceiling of Lawrence. We haven't seen anything close to the ceiling for Lance and Fields. Just look at, and I go that based on, look, you can shake your head no, Austin, all you want, but Felix's argument against this is always, Zach Wilson and Trevor Lawrence were starting as freshmen. And yeah, you're right. They were. They started as freshmen. Yeah, Justin Fields technically got beat out by Jake Fromm. Say whatever you want about that. But you know what else that gave Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson? All those extra snaps and an extra year of playing, and neither one of them has looked any better than Justin Fields has in a year and not even a half. He hasn't even played a year and a half worth of a college season. And technically neither has Trey Lance. I think both their upsides are better than what I've seen out of Trevor Lawrence. I'm sorry. I do. I think Lawrence's accuracy is better than Lance, but overall play, I think both of them are going to be better.
I can't, besides, just being a more physical and, cleaner rusher, I can't think of a single thing that Trey Lance does better than Trevor Lawrence. And to be honest, I don't think he, in terms of his throwing ability, what Lawrence already does is within his range of outcomes. But that's not why you like Trey Lance. So I'm not saying that you, as in people in general, that is why, that's not why we want Trey Lance.
I know who they picked. I just saw it.
Oh boy.
Don't say a word.
I'm not looking at my phone. I want a live reaction here. Based on your reaction, I'm assuming, God.
Pitts. Maybe Pitts?
It's Pitts.
I like that. I mean, that's fun.
Why would you take a tight end in the top 5?
Generational, bro.
The only tight end, even if we know the outcome of every tight end in the league, even if we already know who they are, the only tight end that I would even consider that high is Travis Kelce. I would not take George Kittle that high. I would not take Darren Waller that high. I wouldn't take any other tight end that high.
Mm-hmm.
And he may end up being great for fantasy. He really might, but he has to be great for the Falcons now when you take him this high.
Oh yeah.
I think his ceiling is potentially Travis Kelce, but I think his floor is probably in the Eric Ebron range. But look what happened with Eric Ebron. That was labeled a bust.
Took him like 100 years to get good.
So I think
I
it's
knew it
funny
wasn't
that
going to be Mac Jones. I knew it wasn't going to be Mac Jones. I tried to tell y'all I was going to be Trey Lance. Nobody listened to me.
There's the guy. What an entrance.
I don't think any of us said that it wasn't going to be Mac Jones. We just hoped it was going to be
Trey Lance, though. I said it was going to be Trey Lance. I said it wasn't going to be Mac Jones.
And then Justin Fields is still on the board too. Like you can't trade back.
I was like expecting like curse words, shit to go flying, and Colin's just like, "Oh, dag nabbit!" Like that was not at all what I thought your reaction was going to be.
And let me say this: it looks like Zach Wilson didn't go 101, so I guess that didn't turn out the way some thought it would.
Well, that's because Zach Wilson sucks. But anyways, so what does this do for
Felix coming in hot?
Wouldn't say
what
that.
does this do for Kyle Pitts' fantasy value? Austin, I mean, it seems like Atlanta clearly believes that Matt Ryan can continue playing. I mean, he's 35, which is young.
He's going to be 30. He's going to be 36 in like 3 weeks.
Okay, so he's getting older, but still, Brady's still playing at 32 or 42, whatever it is, 45. I still think Matt Ryan has 3-ish years left of being a very good quarterback. You add a guy like Kyle Pitts. Look, I drafted Hayden Hurst in a lot of redrafts last year because I thought he was going to be the dude, and he was horrible. And I like Hayden Hurst as a person. He's bad. They need somebody else there with Julio and Calvin Ridley. So, Austin, what is your thoughts, though, moving forward with Kyle Pitts right now?
I'm the worst person to ask because I don't value a tight end like this in fantasy
what is your thoughts on
or in the NFL.
I love when we ask Austin a question and he's already poo-pooed that take like on shows before. Like you asked him on the last show, you asked him about Eric Gray, I think, and you were like, "You're really high on Eric Gray." I'm like, Austin's not really high on Eric Gray.
I know that high on Eric Gray.
He's not high on Eric Gray.
No, I didn't ask him if he was high on Eric Gray. I said, "Are you high on Eric Gray?" I knew Austin wasn't, but Ray
I knew
was
the answer to that question
so I
because
wanted
I'm
to go the other way.
All right.
I love the pick for fantasy, not for real NFL. I would not have gone a tight end in the top 5. I think that's a luxury pick for a team that cannot afford a luxury pick with their status. They don't have a defense.
I agree with Chris.
All in on offense. It's a bad pick. They're not looking towards the future. I don't like it from a Falcons perspective, but Kyle Pitts is awesome, and I'm drafting him super high in my tight end premium leagues.
Look at how happy they are, Colin. They're hugging each other. They're excited. You should be too, buddy.
We need some music that we won't get kicked off of our live stream for. We need a DJ. Hey,
I don't know if we can
find
music.
Where's Dwight?
We need a DJ.
Where's Dwight?
I don't know. I thought he said he was coming on later. Wasn't he doing? He's doing that one the one show right now for the Bengals pick. I think he's coming on after.
Oh man. This is hard.
Anybody got the sound of silence?
You're so
mad.
Mean,
it could be.
I'm not happy.
It could have been worse, right?
I know I'm late, but anybody got any Zach Wilson receipts? Anybody on the Sixers panel? Anybody?
About what?
Anybody make any trades for Zach Wilson? Anybody trade Travis Kelce for Zach Wilson in like August?
No, I'll tell you what.
I wouldn't do that trade now.
Why are you saying like that's a good trade?
You would be wrong. I'm sorry.
How is that a good trade?
Why are we excited about Zach Wilson?
That's absolutely a good trade.
Why are we excited about Zach Wilson all of a sudden again?
For like quarterback 20?
Whatever.
I mean, what do you mean whatever? He's not quarterback 5 in the NFL this year. He's not even going to break top 15. Does anybody think Zach Wilson's a top 15 fantasy quarterback this year?
He might be just based on volume because that Jets team is going to suck again. That's the problem. So, I mean, Joe Burrow wasn't objectively good last year for much of the year. He was like okay, but he was killing in fantasy because Cincinnati sucked and they had to pass a shit ton.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 haters. Let's see, 5 haters.
Dude, I cannot wait till Zach Wilson's like the first 5 weeks, and Zach Wilson's gonna have 3 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, and I'm gonna clip this and just continue playing it on loop on Twitter.
Now I'm starting to suspect that Felix was just fucking with us the past couple of weeks.
About what? About hating Zach Wilson? Now he's drunk. You see that red wine in his hand? He's what is it? It was like me when Ohio State beat Clemson this year, and I don't even smoke cigars. I'm out here smoking cigars. I'm pissing the neighbors off, throwing a fucking party, and then they get their asses kicked by Alabama. That's what's going on right now. Felix is celebrating because Zach Wilson went 2.
You almost translucent, boy. Like in those, when Ohio State did everything, you posted those videos. I was like, God damn, this motherfucker's almost translucent.
I know, right? I am Casper White. We talked about that earlier. It's bad.
Shit. It's bad. Let's get this dude some sun.
I can't wait to get drunk with Felix at the expo.
Really you know that's going to be good.
No White Claws calling
at that point.
Hey, Brandon's the one who wanted to have you drinking the White Claws.
Really? You didn't say on the show that you were going to buy me a bunch of White Claws?
I may have said that.
Yes, Mr. Sharp.
Oh. No, I said we were talking about Austin drinking the White Claws, right?
Yeah.
I don't drink White Claws.
He's a man, that's why.
If it doesn't put hair on my chest, I don't drink it.
What are you drinking now? It looks like you got some Chardonnay.
Apple juice.
There. What do you got?
Yeah, apple juice.
So my wife and I, we had a virtual wine tasting before this from one of the wineries. We got married at a winery up in the Finger Lakes, but this is our favorite winery up there. So we got like a case delivered to us this week. But this was the last one. It's a little bit of their bubbly. So that's what I'm finishing up here. But I have a beer in this hand too. So
nice.
Cheers.
So now we got Cincy on the clock. That's what's happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
It went to a commercial, so I'm not sure how much time they have on the clock left right now.
It's got to be Sewell. It's got to be Sewell.
No,
it's Sewell or Chase. It's one of those two. It's Sewell or Chase.
Well, yeah, Sewell or Chase.
It needs to be Sewell. They're gonna get Chase because they're Cincinnati. I would die if they would Justin Fields.
This injury to Joe Burrow showed them that they need a quality backup quarterback.
It's Cincinnati and then who? Miami? Miami's not taking a quarterback. The Lions might. Oh my God, the Lions might get Justin Fields. Oh my God!
Look at this dude over here. All of a sudden, Justin Fields is hitting
with Atlanta. Yeah, I mean, with Atlanta not taking a QB now,
or trading back,
a lot of trade options.
I'm telling you right now,
Cincy should be fielding calls right now.
I know what the pick is.
The pick is in.
It's going to be Chase, and I'm going to be so pissed off.
You got a faster.
I hope that they do go Justin Fields, and he leads them to the playoffs, and Zach Wilson sucks, just so I can rub all that shit back into Felix's face.
Chase, oh man, that's crazy. What do you think?
Yeah, you're not supposed to announce it on air, Felix.
Did he just blow it? I didn't hear. He said Chase.
Everybody else is behind. It's Chase. They went Chase.
That is so stupid.
It's just stupid.
You guys gotta. Buy a better service.
What are you watching it? Did they already announce it?
Yeah, I got it on television. Yeah.
Oh,
they didn't announce it yet.
Right now for me. Yeah, I'm watching it live.
That suit that he has on.
All my Higgins shares.
We got 2 minutes. I got to get serious.
That's just stupid.
We're gonna have a.
This is a worse pick than the Kyle Pitts pick. I'll say that.
This is a little bit better, Colin, right?
Than the
you
Kyle
were the worst pick in the top 5. You were no, I take that back. You were the 3rd worst pick because Jets was 1. No, Jamar Chase was still 1. Jamar Chase was 1. Zach Wilson was 2. No, I take it back. Zach Wilson was the worst pick. They should have gone Justin Fields, then Jamar Chase, then Kyle Pitts.
So do we think that's why Jamar Chase was wearing the orange shoes?
Yes,
because he knew he was going to the Bengals.
I'm sure he. Yeah, I'm sure he knew.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead, Alfred.
why would you wear orange shoes?
You were talking about how bad a pick this was before it even happened. So continue. Why was this a bad pick?
Why would anybody wear orange shoes?
I mean, the team structure makes no sense. I mean, I get if Chase is really good, but you do have a very good receiver in Higgins. You've got a great slot in Boyd. You have a running back you just paid, big money for the next 3 or 4 years.
That's clean, though. That is clean.
And now, you could protect your quarterback and strengthen your line for your running back that you just paid, and instead you're just adding a luxury pick. The Bengals don't have they shouldn't be adding luxury picks.
That's a bad pick, Miami. They're going wide receiver here, or are they going left tackle?
They just took a left tackle last year, didn't they?
Miami gotta go wide receiver, I think, or trade down.
All right.
So if they go receiver, though, is it Smith or Waddle? That's the question.
Wow.
What?
Waddle would be super fun.
Chris, what'd you say?
Jalen Waddle superstar.
I think
you got to go number 6 overall.
That's right. I had Waddle.
If they go wide receiver, it'll be Waddle. I think they're going to go Sewell.
I agree with you. I agree with Chris.
I think Waddle fits better in that offense.
I think Sewell would make a lot of sense.
Joe Burrow, we all expect to hopefully bounce back. What does this do for Jamar Chase? I mean, he's there with Higgins. I think that pretty much kills Auden Tate, if anybody was still holding on to that.
Yeah, well, if you were banking on an undrafted free agent to do something for you, I don't know what to tell you.
But Tyler Boyd, I mean, we expect Joe Burrow to get 2 guys up into the top 24 at wide receiver.
I don't the ball a ton, but
yeah.
I don't think this hurts Tyler Boyd that much. I mean,
it's a Zach Taylor offense, which is an offshoot of a Sean McVay offense.
Right.
It can support a bunch of guys, and like we saw last year, they're going to throw it.
It just means Higgins won't be like the alpha you might thought. I mean, they're all probably like wide receiver 2s, honestly, until someone really emerges.
Is this rest in peace to Joe Mixon?
Yeah, why would you pay him? I just don't understand. I mean, how can NFL teams be making such slap dick decisions? None of this makes sense. Why are you going to pay Joe Mixon and then draft a receiver because we're going to throw it 650 times a game and we have to run 3 wide sets? It just makes no sense. Why are you paying Mixon if that's what you're going to do? It's just.
I love that you just said slap dick.
I'm aggravated. Mostly because I bought a lot of Higgins last year towards the end of the year. That's the big reason I'm so mad.
Is it that bad though? I mean, they had 3.
It's worse than if they didn't pick Chase.
Well, sure, but they had 3 wide receivers who had more than 100 targets last year. Like AJ Green had 104 targets in Cincinnati.
I know, but I wanted 200 for Higgins.
Well,
the pick is in for Miami, by the way.
I don't know if that was possible.
Even
in the Jamar Chase world.
Wow. If Detroit passes on, so let's see. Detroit could take Micah Parsons. It could take.
Wait, so who is it?
But if they pass over, if they draft like Caleb Fairley or something like that over Justin Fields, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I'd love to see Felix lose it on air.
The pick is in. They've already picked. I know who it is.
Who is it?
It's Jalen Waddle. It's gotta be. Is
it? Waddle,
which is
That's so sexy. That's so
sexy. Chris, right? Bad pick, Chris, right?
Oh, yeah, bad pick, but I love Jalen Waddle.
Why is it a bad pick? I think he fits perfectly in that offense.
You have a generational player in Sewell on the board.
Maybe he's not. Maybe we think he is, but he's really not.
He's so highly graded across scouting services. Like, I'm not one to argue with them, right? Jalen Waddle is I love Jalen Waddle. Like, I really do. I think he's awesome. And they needed a wide receiver. But this was you take Sewell and you just dominate that in the trenches on the offense. Like,
now Detroit has. Well, we took the left tackle, Benny Sewell, so we passed on the quarterback. Oh, man.
That's exactly what's about to happen too.
They had a good offensive line anyways. I get what you're saying about Sewell, but it wasn't a need for them. They have no good wide receiver on that offense. Devontae Parker
they're not a good team. And you know what sucks is that I would guarantee you that Detroit is going to have the number 1 pick. Who, the Lions? last year?
We're not talking about Detroit yet. They're not up yet. Get out of here. We're still talking about Miami.
They are. What are you talking about? This numbers.
We're still talking about Miami.
Whoa.
I understand that. They haven't made their pick yet. We're still talking about Jalen Waddle in Miami. No, Detroit sucks. I would never say they were that close to making the playoffs.
Good.
Austin,
team.
what do you think? Is that a good pick? We seem to be kind of torn here.
I think it's a good. I think this is going to sound really, really weird, but the Dolphins are a more complete team than Cincinnati. They can afford 100%. To do this. I think this is a smarter pick, even though Waddle is not as good of a player as Jamar Chase.
They're not my favorite team, but I have a ton of friends in Miami that follow the Dolphins very, very closely. They seem to think that their O-line is actually, decent and kind of up and coming with some young guys from last year. And I think that they feel, I think that offense is an electric playmaker away from doing something. I mean, I think this is a great pick. You can never argue elite O-line if he really is elite, but otherwise I think, this was a slam dunk. And I'm just happy that the NFL finally shut up all the Devonta Smith lovers and said, no.
Devonta Smith's going to go in the top 12. Calm down. He's
not great.
Devonta Smith is number 7 to the Lions.
So I can't wait. I'm going to get to shut
official,
Felix
or are you
up
just
for
predicting? No, I'm just predicting.
I can see
I'm going
that.
to get to shut Felix up for years about how bad Zach Wilson is, and Alfred for years on how good Devonta Smith is. So this is going to be fun.
My bros, my website bros.
Colin, do you agree with the Jalen Waddle stuff?
I love the Waddle pick here, and that makes me
Alfred's
feel even better about him. That makes me feel even better about him as my wide receiver 1.
You guys need to calm down in there.
He's got the draft capital. He's going to a team that I don't love their wide receivers that they have there. I don't love Devonta Smith. Or Devonta Parker. I don't love Preston Williams. I don't love Will Fuller. I think he's the best wide receiver on that roster already. And I'm on record saying I still like Tua. So yeah, I love this. I love this pick.
From a fantasy perspective for Waddle, I think it's wheels up, right? I don't think there's a case for him to be outside of the top
24.
I can say it. Top 3, maybe top 4. I mean, he just got wide receiver 6 draft capital, or wide 6 overall, but wide receiver 2 draft capital. Like it's wheels up for Waddle.
I mean, I just want to say I was on record before tonight. He was my second receiver.
His outfit is ugly as fuck.
He's your wide receiver 2.
He was your first. Colin, he was your 1.
Yeah,
nice.
He was Colin's 1.
I had to have Chase. I mean, I just couldn't buck that trend, but
I like Chase a lot. I really do, but I think Waddle is just so dynamic. Waddle just brings an element to an offense that few other wide receivers can. I mean, Tyreek Hill, and we may never see another Tyreek Hill, but if we do, I think Jalen Waddle is going to be the closest thing.
And in the return game, right? He is one of the best collegiate return seasons of all time. Like, he's such a dynamic player.
I never said the Browns were good, Kevin, but Detroit does suck. Don't pretend like you think Detroit's good. Come on, let's live in reality. Detroit sucks. It's what it is. I'm sorry, my friend.
I think Felix's uncle is here.
Is he?
He's on the phone with someone.
I mean, he's here in the background. So
okay,
we're
gotcha. Well, are we giving Felix the room?
Yeah, we all.
Won't let me add him. I don't know. Ask Felix.
All right.
He's shaking his head now.
Well, that's fine. I gotta dip here for a little bit anyway. I'll be back then.
All right.
Felix, you're muted.
Thank God.
I need to get out?
He's on the phone.
Okay.
He's on the phone.
Oh.
Felix is on the phone. Yeah, the only thing I agree with what you were saying though, Moxley, about the Sewell thing, and I'm surprised that he is falling. But again, what I heard this morning about them talking about him missing that whole year, I think is the biggest thing that they're worried about is that he looks smaller than they thought he did, and he missed an entire year of football. Again, I don't know. Like Austin said earlier, I could watch offensive line all day and have no idea what I'm watching. I think he's phenomenal, but they're letting him fall for a reason. Kind of like what we talked about off air last night, Austin, with Justin Fields. He's falling for a reason. We don't know the real reason. We may never know.
His 12th percentile arm length and 13th percentile height. Maybe
it's a Sewell.
He's small. Yeah. Sewell's really, really small arms and size. Like that's just that's his profile. I think on a film perspective, I think a lot of people really like him. So it's
all right.
We'll see.
You want me to add him, Felix?
Yeah. Go ahead. Add him in.
His arms are almost as long as Joe Thomas.
Hey, Theo.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Say something. We can hear you. All right. Can Can I have the room, folks, just for a second?
Yeah.
Glad we got that worked out. For anyone watching, very happy to have 3-time Pro Bowler, All Pro, the 16th pick in the 1982 NFL Draft, voted number 19 on the all-time Arizona Cardinals list, Luis Sharp. I call him Theo. Theo, I think that my love for football started when I was young, running around Grandma's house. And at least one time, I know you were there with your team playing the Detroit Lions. And I think that that's what I remember. When is it that you first fell in love with the game? Let's start with that. When is it that you first fell in love with the game?
Well, good evening. Happy Draft Thursday, or what is this? Friday, Thursday? Happy Draft Thursday. It's great to be back and watching the live broadcast on ESPN. And congratulations to all of I think the top 5-6 picks. But anyway, your question, I remember I was in high school, Southwestern High School in Detroit, Michigan. And I remember going out for the JV team. And I didn't know anything about the game. I remember I put on my pads. I put them on the wrong. I put the knee pads where the thigh pads went, and the thigh pad where the knee pads went. I had black dress socks on, and everybody, all the players were laughing at me. They were laughing at me and all of my teammates. And that inspired something in me. I didn't like being laughed at. I didn't like feeling like I was a nobody. And I'll never forget, I lined up at defensive tackle, and I lined up opposite an all-state guard that was on his way to the University of Michigan. And I whipped him at the line of scrimmage, got through the line of scrimmage, and I tackled the all-state running back. His name was Terry Anderson. I hog-tied him and drove him to the ground. And I think I surprised every player, including the coaches on that field, and surprised myself that I had something residing on the inside that I didn't even know I had. And I think that was the start of it for me.
Well, Theo, people who are watching, they're not familiar with your story. You came to this country from Cuba. English was not your first language. You came over with Grandpa. Was that the start where you realized? I mean, that's where you fell in love with the game, maybe. But was there a point where you said, "I'm better than all of these kids. I'm better than the kids that I'm playing against"? Was there a point where you realized that?
Yeah, in high school, I remember in high school, I was such a confident player, and I felt like I was superior to all of my contemporaries in high school. I remember I used to yell out as an offensive lineman, and I would tell the defense that the play was coming right here, right up my butt, and dare them to stop the play. And my teammates obviously didn't like it, but always played the game with a lot of confidence. And I believe one of the reasons why I had the success that I had in the NFL as a number 1 draft pick is because I always believed in myself. I remember when I was drafted, a lot of the pundits and prognosticators said that because I wasn't very big, because I was a relative unknown coming out of UCLA, I wouldn't last, but maybe 3 or 4 years with the Cardinals before they replaced me. And I use that, of course, as incentive in my workouts and in my preparation for games. To motivate me, and I believe that played a significant role in accomplishing the accomplishments I did in the NFL.
Theo, obviously today has become like a holiday. The NFL draft. We're doing the first day today. When you were drafted, it might have been like 10 rounds. I mean, I can't remember. I know it was more than 7. It might have been like 10 rounds or so when you were drafted. Anyway, just tell us. There's nobody who could tell us what it's like to be a first-round pick in the NFL draft. What is it that you remember from that day?
Oh, it was a surreal moment. I sat in my dorm room at UCLA, and my then girlfriend, and turned out to be my wife later on, was sitting there with me. And I never forget, I got the call, and it was Jim Hanifin, who was my first NFL head coach. He was with the St. Louis Cardinals at the time, and told me that, hey, we want you on our team. You are our #1 draft pick. And I never forget, the very next day, they flew me in for the initial press conference at Busch Stadium there in St. Louis, and just meeting all the people, all the news media, and all of the you're like a breath of fresh air. You give the fans in the city that draft you give them a breath of hope that maybe they can turn things around, and they got the player that they needed, the cog that was missing. And I never forget, after that first press conference, the owner of the team, William Bidwell, God rest his soul, did something that he seldom did, according to the sports information people. He actually asked to take me back to the airport after the introductory press conference, as I was on my way back to LA, to UCLA. And so I got to ride in a car with an NFL owner as a young 21-year-old first-round draft pick. It was really a surreal experience.
Let me ask you a little bit about your career. You had a 12-year NFL career before injuries kind of caught up to you. Who is the best player that you played against? And talk to me a little bit about that player.
13-year NFL career.
13, not bad.
Yeah, I'll tell you the two best players that I played against, and I played left tackle, which was a premium position in the NFL because of all of the elite pass rushers, the Charles Haley's, the Richard Dents, the Lawrence Taylors, the Bruce Smiths. But I would have to say the top two, and toss a coin to determine who's best.
I know the answer, by the way.
Would be Lawrence Taylor or Bruce Smith, one of the two. They were both. I would call them both unstoppable play. If you didn't double team them or hit them with a back coming out of the backfield on pass protection, 9 times out of 10 they would disrupt your offensive system.
Well, and I thought you were going to say Harry Carson, but you didn't. But Lawrence Taylor, Grandpa always told this story when he was alive, that when you guys went to the Pro Bowl, it was a family affair, and Grandpa came across Lawrence Taylor one time, and he said, Mr. Sharp, what you feed that man? And he didn't say man, but asking, how is it that you got you to be the player that you were. Theo, I haven't been watching, so I don't know if Penei Sewell. I missed the Lions pick, so
yeah, they picked
who did they pick?
They picked Sewell, the tackle. Sewell, the tackle.
Okay, so they passed Justin Fields. All right, I can deal with that. Theo, what skills do you need to be a good left tackle in the NFL? I mean, I think that those skills are the same now as they were for you when you were playing.
Well, I think most importantly, you got to practice technique and fundamentals without fail. That's number one. Your fundamentals and techniques have to be such a part of you that under pressure, under the bright lights, when you got 80,000 screaming fans and you got that all-pro pass rusher and you're blocking him one-on-one, you don't even have to think. You already know your technique, you know your aiming point, you know what your steps that you're going to take, and you have to study. You have to study your opponent. I would know everything. I would know my opponent's wife's name, his kid's name, where he was born. I knew as much as I could, learned as much as I could about my opponent, the Broncos they just picked. And of course, working out, your on-field practice habits and weight room, making sure that your body is fit. So I think those would be the three things that would be important.
Well, hopefully, Theo, I know even though you played for the Cardinals, you grew up in Detroit, you're a Lions fan, at least pay attention to the Lions. I'm a Lions fan. I grew up a Lions fan. I hope that Penei Sewell is able to provide protection for Spencer Rattler next year, because that's who the Lions will be taking. Spencer Rattler is the quarterback from Oklahoma, who I think the Lions are going to get the number 1 pick next year if it's not for the Houston Texans. So, but Theo, thank you for coming on with us. I know that you got to go. I just wanted to bring you on to talk to you. And, I appreciate it, Theo.
Well, it sounds like I was listening in before you chimed me in to the gentlemen that are on the show with you. And interesting conversation. Wish I could have been a part of that conversation. But it's always a pleasure, nephew. Proud of you. And if you guys continue your podcast, I'd love to come back and join you.
All right, we will. We'll bring you back on, Theo.
All right. Well, you
All
guys
right. Talk to you later.
Enjoy the rest of the draft. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Let's bring everybody back on the stage. All right. So I missed some picks. Penei Sewell apparently went to Detroit. I missed number 8.
J.C.
I don't know
Horn.
how I feel about the J.C. Horn to who? I don't even know who picked after
Carolina.
Who picked after? Oh wow! So they passed on Justin Fields too? Oh my God, Justin Fields! Fields is getting passed on.
I'm telling you, Matt and I had this discussion last night. Dwight's here. Yay, Dwight. Matt and I had this discussion last night post-show.
What's up?
There is something that with Justin Fields, and I'm not talking like physically, that we don't have access to, in my opinion. I think that is the
like whether he's hurt or something?
Yes, I think that is literally the only explanation. I don't know how any.
I mean, he's not going to fall out of the top 10.
I don't know how 8 franchises could sit there and say, Zach Wilson isn't in the ballpark of Justin Fields as a quarterback. I'm sorry, he's not.
No, he's not. He's not. Austin's right.
He's not. There has to be something wrong with him. How's it going, Dwight? How are you doing tonight?
What'd you think, Dwight?
I didn't realize we were supposed to wear the ugliest jersey I could find. Because that's.
I think these are the best.
I missed the memo.
Jerseys.
Hey, I think my drip is fine.
Oh, I hate those.
I'll be honest. I hate the Steelers.
I'm gonna open another button.
I like the Bumblebee jerseys. I'm not gonna lie. I actually
they're sick.
All right, but Dwight, what was your thoughts? We were all not thrilled that they took Chase. You are a Bengals fan. What was your thoughts when you saw Chase come off the board to the Bengals?
I've come to terms with it. Like I was pissed off when I first heard it. I still think they can salvage it if they go really hard at the offensive line in the second, third, fourth. They really need to go for it in the second. I think it was kind of ill-advised, but I think Sewell was the smart choice. But Chase is definitely the sexy choice there. Gives them like a stupid wide receiver like trio that's Matt? It should mask some of their inabilities.
News
on the
to
line.
Me too, Carl. News to me too. I did not know Jarek was a Vikings fan.
Really?
Well, clearly I don't know anything about Jarek.
Jarek needs to have a damn podcast. He needs to be talking more into a microphone.
I didn't know.
We'll trying to pull more and more out of Jarek.
We'll get there.
I didn't know Jarek was married. Didn't know he had a kid. I know he had a kid on the way. Didn't know he was a Viking. I didn't know Jarek existed, apparently, is what I'm gathering from Austin every time I find out
something the most important person to campus to Canton.
Dude, I just sit in my parents' basement and code all day, and that's what I do. I don't talk to anybody.
With the stuff he does, I thought maybe he was some kind of robot / cyborg because he builds
Matt's
shit.
Like, I thought he was a virgin.
I was like, I didn't know what's going on here. No, I really didn't know he was a Vikings fan. I knew you were married. I did not know that you had kids, though.
If Jarek said he was a senior in high school, wouldn't you believe it?
I would, actually. I'd believe it. I'm like, oh, he's coding all that shit in computer class. No wonder. I understand half of this shit. All right, we missed a couple picks while if you guys missed it, I will make sure to put that on the podcast. That was I was listening to the entire interview there in the background. That will be on the podcast for sure. But we didn't get your reaction, Felix. They take Sewell there. The Lions do. What are your thoughts?
Well, I said this before. I don't remember what, we do a lot of talking. I said that the Lions could potentially pass on a quarterback, believing that they're going to have a number 1 or number 2 pick in next year's draft. To me, this is what that signals because the Lions aren't very good, and it's between them and Houston for the number 1 pick. I give the slight edge. Actually, I give a very big edge to Houston, assuming that Deshaun Watson doesn't play this year.
Does Houston
They're trying to build
first-round pick next year?
Whoever has Houston's first-round pick. So I don't care. Jared Goff is not going to lead you to the playoffs without Sean McVay. He's not going to lead you to, definitely not Super Bowls. They took what they believed was a franchise cornerstone, the same way Miami took like Jake Long years ago. So we take Penei Sewell.
Denver's about to trade this pick.
That's what I just tweeted about it.
It's going late into this clock. You want to answer that question, Jared?
To the Patriots?
Yeah, Carl. Just to answer your question, I'm from Minnesota, so I was born into this sad existence.
No, it's going late. They've only got 30 seconds left on the clock, so I'm wondering if they're trying to finish finalizing a deal. There's a lot of rumors that they were going to be shipping off some stuff. Oh, pick is in. Ooh. What are we thinking? Mac Jones, Justin Fields, they go another route?
No, it was pick is in. The Broncos, they've got
it's not Mac Jones.
Zach Wilson.
It's not Mac Jones.
Not Mac Jones. I told him I don't have to wear a hat because it was not Mac Jones at number 3. I knew it wasn't going to be Mac Jones at number 3. Bitch, this is pain.
Have they announced it? I don't see it on Twitter. I was trying to see if I could figure it out.
I just see it saying the pick is in as well.
The face of disappointment. Oh, poor Moxley.
Chris, get back in here.
I don't know if he's watching.
Wow.
He's still crying.
What a bummer.
Surtain? What the is that who it is? Am I not reading that wrong?
So I was right on J.C. Horn being the first quarterback taken.
I think I missed some picks.
J.C. Horn to the Broncos.
Yeah. Was it Sewell went? Who else did we miss talking about?
J.C. Horn went to the Panthers, and now Patrick
I think it's a great pick. I'm with Felix. I love Horn. I don't know why people had Surtain over him or Farley. I like Farley, but Horn was the best to me.
I'm about to turn on some music. Hold on.
I'm not qualified to speak on corners, so I'm just going to stay out of that.
I just go based on what I.
Well, I've watched Surtain and Horn versus Kyle Pitts and doing the Kyle Pitts study. So, and Elijah Moore. Excuse me, and Elijah Moore. I love J.C. Horn was my favorite.
I'd imagine Elijah Moore probably gave J.C. Horn fits if Horn was actually on.
No, he didn't. He actually did not. Now they didn't match up with each other until the second half. But I think that Elijah Moore only got J.C. Horn like two or three times, and it was on very quick slants, 7-yard route, something like that. They tried to throw a slot fade in the red zone to Elijah Moore on J.C. Horn. J.C. Horn was right there. Now they called pass interference on the play, but it wasn't pass interference. He just locked him up. J.C. Horn, very good corner, is always where he's supposed to be. Physical, can tackle. So that's why I like J.C. Horn.
Is that his dad that he's hugging? It has to be. Yeah.
Is that Joe Horn? So Austin, Joe Horn is this corner that played in the early 2000s before
he played wide receiver. So you're already
yes. So you read about it. He played wide receiver. He once pulled out a cell phone and did a touchdown.
Yeah, celebration.
J.C. Horn.
The cell phones were a lot bigger back then, though. So it was crazy.
That's true. That's true. He had to put it 12 inches deep into the. Where did he put that thing? Was it in
the stuffing around the?
Yeah, the stuffing against the goalpost. He moved the thing up and grabbed it. Yeah.
Guys,
by the way, was that quote from? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to change the subject. Is Justin Fields still on the board?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is.
I've been out of it for since the first 2 picks. He's still on the board.
That's crazy. The whole thing is just madness.
Him and
is the worst managed franchise.
Mac Jones is not quite as surprising, but yeah, he is still on the board as well. Both of them are falling.
I mean, expect Mac Jones, but definitely not Fields. Went past the Panthers.
Who's
past
at
Denver?
10?
Denver
Dallas,
needs somebody.
Right? Dallas is 10. So it's Dallas, Giants, Philly.
You got to figure
Giants and Philly.
Someone's got to be thinking about coming up.
Philly. Is there any way that they take him?
I mean, New England at 15 is a nice spot.
I'd hate if he went to New England. I'm not gonna lie.
Who?
Who's got music playing?
I don't know.
Is that not me?
It's Felix.
It's Dwight. It's Dwight. I can see it's Dwight. Dwight got the music playing.
It's Dwight with his muted mic. Yeah, it's clearly
Yep.
Dwight.
Nailed it.
This is crazy.
How does Fields fall this far?
Waddle,
Not-
Sewell, Horn, Surtain.
I don't know. Me and Austin were talking about this off air last night, and we wonder if it's something behind the scenes that we don't know about. It's got to be the thing that's driving him.
I'll tell you who should take him: the Giants, because Daniel Jones is awful.
Yes, fact.
It's not going to happen.
You're taking Devonta Smith. Lock it in. Devonta Smith to the Giants.
I think the NFL is just stupid, and that's why Fields is falling.
I think so too, man. It's just like it just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
Could have been Carolina Panther jersey. While I wasn't here, I almost changed out of my Panthers clothes. So we're in mourning. Colin's not here, but I'm with Colin on the Pitts pick. I'm feeling the same way, just disgusted. And I like JC Horn. Don't get me wrong. I really like JC Horn. I'm very bummed that I'm not having Justin Fields.
I don't know what happened between pick 4 and now. Can we run through those quick?
Hang on.
Oh, do we got something?
Dallas just traded their pick.
Oh,
yes.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Uh-oh. It's happening.
And Felix is on mute.
Felix said,
"Oh God, please don't let Fields go to Philly.
It's gonna ruin my Hurts shares."
I don't care. Hurts sucks, but I just don't want to see him go to Philly. We can't hear you, Felix.
Felix is on mute. Felix,
I don't know why we can't hear you. You're not muted, but we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I had the I was getting mad at you, Bruni, because I thought you muted me. I'm like, okay.
No, I don't want to get kicked off stream for you playing music. So, because we're streaming in like multiple places, it's not just. my
bad.
We're on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch too. So I don't know the rules with all that stuff.
So who do we think the Eagles are trading up for? We think they're trading up for quarterback. I think they're trading up for Devonta Smith.
They
and don't jump at the
you're going to give Jalen Hurts Devonta Smith? I mean, that's like buying a Ferrari for a 14-year-old. I mean,
hey, I don't agree with it.
Who said that? Austin?
Yeah, he left just to comment on that.
I counted haters. That's all I counted. All right.
Why trade up 2 spots though? I guess to jump the Giants.
I think they're jumping the Giants for Smith. I think they think Smith.
That kind of makes sense. Because Dallas was going wide.
It makes sense.
They need a quarterback.
Because
I don't know if they need.
They do need a quarterback.
They need a quarterback.
That does make sense if they would jump the Giants for a receiver, though. That would make sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I have a serious question. I have a serious question.
Felix.
We saw Jalen Waddle go number 6. And Chris Moxley, this question is for you. We saw Jalen Waddle go number 6 to Miami. He's a really good receiver, but he's 5'10", 200 something pounds.
No, not even that. He's 5'10", 183, which is fine.
183. He doesn't profile as your stereotypical X wide receiver. What's the ceiling for him? I mean, he's a field stretcher, but can he catch 80 or 100 balls in the NFL, or is he going to be someone who catches 50 balls but averages 20 yards a catch?
No, I think, and I don't want to say because I think it's overplayed, but he really is the closest thing we've seen to Tyreek Hill. I think he could play that role, right? I think he could catch passes like in all areas of the field. I think he'd be dynamic on the punt return. I think he'd be dynamic as just a playmaker. I'm not really looking for prototypical size as much anymore. Like the NFL is just moving so far away from that, and it's nice to see. It really is, but I have no concerns about Waddle leading the team in opportunities, regardless of how they're earned. And the speed is very nice to add on to that. I'm a fan, and I think Alfred's a fan too.
So if we were doing a mock draft right now, we don't know where Devonta Smith is being taken, but are you taking Jalen Waddle as the second wide receiver in this class, or do you need to see where Devonta Smith is taken?
I need to see where Rashad Bateman's taken. If Bateman goes,
Derek is shaking his head. Okay,
but I mean, I had Waddle at wide receiver 3 coming in, so if Bateman doesn't get first round draft capital, I'm probably gonna bump Waddle up.
Okay, you analytics guys love you some Rashad Bateman.
How could you not?
Yeah,
I don't really love analytics, and I love Rashad Bateman.
He actually has really good release and separation metrics too. Like I think he's an underrated route runner. I'll pull up the statistics when he gets drafted, but his separation and release is actually like among the best in the class when we grade it out from a measurement perspective. I'll find the data on it, but he's good.
You know what? I'll never understand how you all get the measurements that you do with the I didn't realize that there was a metric for separation and release metrics, but that's something that I would actually care a lot about. Actually, as a matter of fact, I didn't realize it existed, but it's something that I would care about because I think releases and separation.
All right, so
actually, I did know that there was a separation.
Serious question. While we're waiting for them to announce the Phillies pick, which I do think is going to be Devonta Smith. Giants, Dallas, Chargers, Minnesota, all good quarterback-wise, right? And then you got New England at 15. You also have Washington and Chicago, who are not that far back either. But I know you guys don't like Daniel Jones. They're not going to draft a quarterback. Just stop. I'm not trying to be an asshole. They're not going to replace Daniel Jones this year. So Chicago and Washington both need quarterbacks. How many of these guys trade up to possibly get one of these? You have Fields and Jones on the board now. Do any one of those 3 jump up, you think, in these next 3 picks? If so, which one?
Well, nobody's trading up for Mac Jones. We knew that when San Francisco traded up.
I mean, so that's what you
Mac
think.
Mac Jones is going to fall.
I mean, Raiders, WFT, Bears, all those teams could now.
Would any 6 of you in this box trade up for Mac Jones?
No.
I wouldn't draft Mac Jones in the first round, period.
Burning would, apparently.
Much less trade.
He's going to be a good quarterback. Again.
I mean, in the right
Devonta Smith.
Perfect environment, I think he could be.
Doesn't have to be a perfect
environment. The Steelers could trade up.
Quarterback.
I mean, the Steelers could trade
Kirk
up.
Cousins
Kirk
Cousins is a decent quarterback. Not great. He's not. He doesn't also suck. He's an average quarterback, which is what Mac Jones is going to be. You guys hate on a guy who's going to be an average quarterback. Again, you act like there's 32 legitimate quarterbacks.
I don't want to take an
average
quarterback in the top 15. I'll take an average quarterback in the third round.
He's not going to be there in the third round, though. That's the point. You guys are sitting here, I need Mac Jones in the third round. He's not going to be there.
Yeah.
In the second, I'll take some crappy second round. I'll take Kyle
Trask in the third round. And neither one of those are anywhere on the same level as Mac Jones. Stop pretending that they are. If you want a quarterback, average or not, you have to take him in the top 15 because that's the way the NFL is now.
Why is Mac Jones so much better than Kyle Trask? 1 season of elite production.
So does Kyle Trask. A season and a half?
I know. Both of them have the same amount of
Whoa, time out. That's a legitimate question, Bruning. Like he's at what is Mac Jones?
Because I'll steal Austin's line here. Because Kyle Trask throws fucking butterballs up in the air. He doesn't actually say butterballs.
I've never used the term butterballs. Anybody watching this for the first time.
That's true. He throws catchable balls to the offense and defense on every single pass. He has no arm strength whatsoever. He's Peyton Manning at the end of his career, throwing duck after duck after duck. Say what you want about Mac Jones.
I'll take Kellen Mond in a second, or I'll take Davis Mills in a second.
Oh my God, are you serious? I'm clipping so much of this show to just throw back in your guys. You guys,
this is what everybody wants. Okay, no, serious question, guys. What about the Saints?
Trask over Mac Jones. Jesus.
Saints trade up.
They were talking about it.
Maybe. Give me.
Bears are trading up.
Ooh, really?
That's what people are saying. I don't know if
really?
that's true or not. I don't see.
I'd love to see it. I'd like to see Fields in Chicago.
Shut up.
So would I. I already said that earlier in the stream. I would cry if Fields goes to the Bears. It would make me
Chicago trading up from 20 to 11, confirmed by Schefter. So
no.
It has to be a quarterback. Yeah.
This is my nightmare.
Yeah.
Please trade up for Mac Jones. Please.
Austin, this is all you. I got to bail for a couple minutes. I'll be back.
All right, I'm in charge now. We're gonna change some things around here.
Do we want to?
Wait, why do you get to be in charge?
Do we want to talk about Devonta Smith being overdrafted?
Yeah, I mean, until the Chicago pick comes in, Jarek, talk to us a little bit about why Devonta Smith was just overdrafted.
He's not been drafted yet. Oh, Philly took him.
Whoa, be quiet. Let's let Jarek talk. I want to hear Jarek.
Please.
Because Rashad Bateman is still on the board.
True.
He's a four-year Pac-5 or Power 5 players do not have the best history in the NFL. Even first rounders do not have the best history in the NFL. Most of them haven't produced as highly as he did, granted. So I do think he's going to be good, but I don't think he is worthy of a top 10 pick.
So because I know you like Elijah Moore a lot too, Jarek, but how many more wide receivers would have had to come off the board for you to be comfortable with Devonta Smith as a first round pick? Where do you have him in your rankings?
I have him at 6.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have Rondale Moore ahead of him. I really hope he gets the draft capital. I have Elijah Moore ahead of him, Diami Brown ahead of him, and Bateman.
All right. How's it going, Dwight? Joining us again here. You're muted, Dwight.
It's okay. I just been hanging out in the corner for like 10 minutes.
That's my bad. I was not looking down there.
No, I rebooted my router. Hopefully it helps.
Any strong thoughts on any of the picks that happened while you were gone here? I think you cut out right before Patrick Surtain maybe, and then Devonta Smith here. It looks like Chicago just traded up for this pick. So any thoughts on any of that?
No, not really, man. I think Devonta will be all right in Philly, but yeah, I don't think he's ever going to be like a true wide receiver one. So, which is where you want to take him with this capital, but he's just not going to live up to that capital, I don't think.
So here's the question then: if you had to choose a Philly receiver, him or Jalen Reagor, who would you rather have?
For me, it's Smith, just for volume, straight volume. Okay. I mean, he should get the volume, but I do like him quite a bit.
That's fair. Anybody else want to chime in on
shaking his head, but hold on. But Derek, you're shaking your head. But Jalen Reagor I know he had a much earlier breakout age, and I think that he had a higher college dominator rating. I mean, analytically, wouldn't the stats or numbers favor Jalen Reagor?
Sorry, are we talking as a prospect or current situations?
Current situation today. If you're on the board, let's just ignore value entirely. Like in terms of me, because I don't know what their ADPs are. So off the top of my head, I can't give that information. But say you're in like the 10th round, and both of these guys are on the board, and you have to take one of them with your next pick. Do you take Reagor or do you take Devonta Smith?
I'm leading Devonta Smith there, because Reagor already came in and didn't show up. He just didn't. And players who have a history of not showing up in their first season, or players who don't show up in their first season, have a history of underperforming for the rest of their career. Like a high percentage.
I saw that Drew, I don't know, Osenchuk.
DF Bean counter.
Yeah, he's done some good work on that. It's been
yes.
In terms
he calls them face planners.
Yeah. So yeah,
very low probability that he posts a top 24 or top 12 season.
Hold on. Jalen Reagor broke his hand in training camp, okay, and then came back and had to play with 50% completion percentage. Jalen Hurts.
It's not getting any better in that regard, there, buddy.
All I'm saying, sure. But we're talking about Jalen Reagor versus Devonta Smith. Wait, Devonta Smith just went to the Giants, right? So that is
no. He went to Philly.
Oh yeah, okay. So they're on the same team.
Yes, that's why the question is.
Well, thank you, Austin. So they're on the same team. They're on the same team. So their circumstances are the same. Empirically, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris Moxley. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jarek Backus. Jalen Rieger was the better prospect coming out of college. Is that not? Yep. Is that not right?
Yeah,
that's fair.
I think that's true.
Okay, and we're saying that we would take Devonta Smith now because Jalen Rieger face planted as a rookie. He face planted because he broke his hand, missed a large part of training camp, if I'm remembering correctly, and a large part of the beginning of the season. I don't know that we know what he's capable of yet, and I wouldn't be so quick to pick Smith over Rieger. That's all I'm saying. And it sounds like the only reason that we're being given is that Rieger didn't perform in year one. But there's context for that.
Right.
Neither did Jalen Hurts, by the way. Jalen Hurts didn't perform in year one either, despite everyone wanting to grab him as a QB.
For what it's worth, it's a lot more important for a player to succeed in the NFL compared to their prospect profile. So Rieger, to me, has already failed. Not failed, but he struggled.
So you're just taking the unknown over what you consider the known. That's it. Because we don't know if Devonta Smith is gonna succeed in the NFL.
Well, the hit rate for players who face plant after year one is lower than players in Devonta Smith's situation. Is really the bottom line. Like, I've already seen Rieger not succeed for whatever reason. I know Devonta Smith is like a black box, and I don't really love his prospect profile. But I mean, just based on the odds, I prefer Smith at this point.
So, and just to cut in here, guys. So Justin Fields just went finally here to the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I like that though.
They did not spend that much to move up. They spent, their 20th pick, their first next year, and I think another couple of, late picks, I think a 4th and a 5th or something like that. So not that much to move up for a guy that a lot of people think is, at worst, like the third quarterback in the class. I think a lot of people have him as 1 or 2. Did the Bears finally get their guy here? And what does it mean for like an Allen Robinson or some of those other weapons on that team?
It's going to be his first good QB he's ever played with.
Yeah, that has to be the best quarterback A-Rob's ever played with.
Yeah.
Already. Yeah.
Bortles, Trubisky.
Yeah, he had what's his name in college too? What the Penn State kid? He was terrible.
So as a Vikings fan, I absolutely hate this, which means it was a good pick.
Very, very smart
move. Yeah. Man.
Randy Dalton.
Yeah, I do feel a little bad for Andy Dalton. I really do.
So I can't remember the name of the quarterbacks, the brothers who are all taken very highly. Cade McNown.
Yeah, the McNowns.
You guys probably don't remember Cade McNown being taken in the first round by the Chicago Bears, but that hurts as a Lions fan to see Chicago take Justin Fields. I mean, I'm trying to think of what foundationally is around that offense to support Justin Fields. And you got David Montgomery, you've got Allen Robinson, you've got the kid from Tulane. I can't remember.
Mooney.
Darnell Mooney. And their tight end from Notre Dame. I'm just remembering colleges right now. Cole Kmet. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good situation. We always knew that the NFL draft would produce something that we wouldn't expect. Justin Fields to Chicago? No, I didn't hear anybody say that.
Yeah.
Him going to Chicago. And Chicago is one of those places like Cleveland, like around the Rust Belt. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Chicago, where you need to have a strong arm to cut through the wind in the games in December, in January. Is Justin Fields the player that it's not going to matter what the weather's like, and he'll be able to be productive regardless of inclement weather? Is he that player? Okay.
I think he is. Yeah. You paused for 2 seconds and no one gave a response.
2 seconds. You're supposed to. I mean, like no dead air. So someone's supposed to just answer. Go ahead, Austin.
I think this is a great spot. I really, really do. I think.
Yeah.
He's not. So first off, even if whatever we don't know, because I think just there has to be something that we don't know to have him drop this far. If there's something that needs to be worked out, they have another guy there, and Andy Dalton, that can, either sit right behind him and be ready to step in or start in front of him until whatever is taken care of and he's ready. So I think they have that situation taken care of. There's enough weapons there where it's not, he didn't go to the worst possible. He's in a better situation than Zach Wilson with the Jets.
I agree.
By a decent amount. He's the kind of guy that their offensive line is okay. But he's fine with an okay offensive line. He doesn't need a perfect offensive line to work. I mean, A-Rob and Mooney, like you said, Komet's whatever. I don't really care about Komet. They can probably snag another guy later in this draft if they really, really want to. The defense is okay. I think this is a good, really, really good spot for him. Right. Of the teams that he could have gone to, I don't know how many more landing spots I would have preferred. I like this more than the Patriots for him.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Patriots would be a bad landing spot.
When I'm looking at the personnel, I agree with you. You would assume that Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick can develop a quarterback, but I don't know that we know that that's true. Let's do it right now. Let's do a Superflex rookie mock draft. We'll go.
Love it.
Austin. We'll just go the top 6 picks. I'm going to go number 1 since I'm talking, and I'll take Superflex mock draft. I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence number 1. Austin.
I think I'll go Fields number 2. I like this spot a lot. Alfred, what number 3?
Lance. That's exactly how I've drawn it up. I don't think it changes. I mean, you could argue Lance to San Francisco if you wanted at 2, but I'm thrilled to have him at 3. But I agree, either one there. And I'm
Chris,
going Lance at 3.
You're muted.
You're muted, Chris. You're muted.
Oh, thought I could read my lips. No, Jamar Chase, easy money.
Dwight.
All right, so we've got Lawrence, Fields, Lance, Chase, Dwight.
Just taking people who've been selected already, or no?
Anybody?
No, you don't necessarily have to. Anybody?
Probably Najee.
This is tough for me.
Come on, Mr. Falcons fan, take your new hero.
Well, are we assuming it's tight end premium? Because then I consider Pitts here.
Sure.
If it's super flex, I consider Wilson here. Give me Jalen Waddle.
So we got 3 quarterbacks, the running back, and 2 wide receivers. Jarrett, can you make a 7th pick for us?
Yeah, I'd go ETN there.
Ooh, not even knowing where he's going to go, huh? Well, I guess we don't know where that. We might not know where anyone else is.
So Devonta Smith was not taken. And all that talk about how
neither was Zach Wilson.
Let me get my point out, Colin. All that talk about Devonta Smith being a better prospect or better option than Jalen Reagor wasn't taken in the first 7 picks. Here, by the way, if you get Zach Wilson at number 8 or number 9 in a super flex rookie draft, that's a ton of value, unless you think that he's a complete Cade McNown level bust. So, does anybody think that he's a Cade McNown level bust?
What about a Sam Darnold level bust?
I don't know if we know that. Sam Darnold still has. He's still
right, but I just mean when he went to the Jets, it was kind of the end of his career until he went somewhere else. Now we're interested. Is that kind of what we're going to do with Wilson here? Now that he's on the Jets, and we kind of knew it beforehand, but now that we truly know he's on the Jets, I don't love that. He's going to fall for me.
Why? I mean, they've got Denzel Mims, they've got Corey Davis, they've got that Chris Herndon, they've got LaMichael P. Ryan. I mean, look at that offensive.
Yep.
That's
You're missing one piece though. They have Adam Gase.
Keelan Cole.
Or no, they don't. No, they don't.
No, they don't. Selah.
No.
They've got Mike LaFleur and they've got Robert Saleh. Mike LaFleur coming from the Kyle Shanahan tree. And for all of the criticism of Zach Wilson, at least I'm just citing what Matt Waldman has said, if he landed in a wide zone play action scheme, that would be his saving grace. Well, that's what we would expect from Mike LaFleur coming from Kyle Shanahan. I mean, that's what the Shanahan system is. That's what the Mike Shanahan system was. So that's what we're going to get from Zach Wilson. Hopefully they still add a wide receiver, a deep threat to kind of take the top off the defense and make you play too high. But they also need a running back. Like they don't have a running back in that system that fits wide zone play action.
They did sign Tevin Coleman.
Oh well, I stand corrected. They need somebody else like Tevin Coleman, which could be the dude from Oklahoma State,
Hubbard.
Chuba
Hubbard.
Mm-hmm.
Chuba Hubbard. Like if Chuba Hubbard lands in New York, I would be paying attention because he fits that scheme. So
interesting.
I can't remember any like names. I can just remember colleges today. I don't know if it's just being on the Devy debate.
Penn State just went to the Dallas Cowboys here. So
you mean Micah?
No, we're just doing colleges now.
Is Northwestern still on the board?
So Dwight, you probably have more IDP experience than the rest of us here. What do you think this is he's going to start there. Obviously, you don't take a guy at 12 not to, but
that is a scary linebacker core with Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch already. Adding Parsons there is just holy shit. That is a nasty linebacker core. Like it might actually cap his production a little bit, but
I was going to say, does this hurt Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith then? Because those guys have been when healthy between the two of them, tackle machines the past couple of years.
Yeah, I say probably LVE a little more. Mike Woolert was hell bent on thinking that Parsons might be used more as a pass rusher, and in this defense with Dallas, that's probably where he'll end up, which does cap his value as an IDP asset a little bit. So I was hoping he got somewhere where he could just really just eat. Like Darius Leonard type of eat. So it might cap him a little bit, but man, that's a nasty linebacker room.
Yeah, and I just love, I know I'm biased on Penn State here, but I just love Micah Parsons' versatility and his athleticism because he came into Penn State as a D end, and it sounded like maybe the Cowboys may play him a little bit of rushing the passer there. So he can pick that up too. And his athleticism, he returned kicks, at times for Penn State as a linebacker, which is incredible. But
I did not know that.
Yeah, they had him. Yeah, they had him returning a couple punts, a couple kickoffs.
But we think this is. Sorry, I was just gonna say we think this is a bad value pick, though, right? Like this is a bad pick for the Cowboys. Like taking a linebacker this early, one, and two, either they don't really believe in what Jalen Smith is doing, or they have questions about Vander Esch and what he's like. Yeah, exactly. His ability to stay healthy. But like that's not really the pick.
Isn't this don't we see him being an edge rusher for them? And that's what they need. They need to get to the quarterback.
Maybe. They play a 4-3. I don't think he's an edge, like a true edge for them.
Yeah. I just think that's just like a bad pick for the Cowboys. They probably really wanted one of the corners, and Surtain and Horn going before them probably really screwed with them.
All right, so Chargers pick is in here. They are on the clock. Real quick, rapid fire. Do we have any opinion as to who this might be? We'll go to Alfred first because Felix is muted.
The Chargers. Oh man. Well, this was my dream for Waddle, although I don't mind him obviously in Miami. I think don't they need a corner or maybe a line. Well, the linebacker, the one to take is already gone. Corner, I do think they need. I mean, an Eli Moore would be pretty explosive and exciting. I'm going to say the next corner, who is going to be the dude from
Farley.
Yeah, Vatek. That's just off the cuff. I mean, I don't know.
If you're a team that's dealt with as many injuries as they have over the past few years, maybe you don't take the guy that just had back surgery immediately before the draft. I don't know. That might just be my opinion on that one. I kind of want to see Slater. I don't know. Dwight.
They probably need O-line. I mean, I think that they have struggled, right, with the O-line for the past couple of years.
A lot of injuries.
Yeah, PJ says Slater as well here.
This is all setting up for Mac Jones to go to New England. It's kind of annoying.
So we all hate Mac Jones until he goes to New England, right? And now he's
and then I hate him even more.
This could be worse.
Mac Jones falling, by the way, was the most predictable thing ever. I mean, it was just the most predictable thing ever. Like we said, nobody's trading their first however many picks to move up to 3 for Mac Jones. Nobody believed that. Nobody believed that. That was a total smokescreen. So yeah, it looks like the fantasy football community was right on that one, because I don't know anybody who believed that they were taking Mac Jones at 3.
I think some of the betting community might have believed it, but they were trying to get insider information versus like doing a
what's reasonable,
right? Breakdown of the player themselves.
Yeah, those are two very different games, right? Yes. I think someone was talking about it the other night. Maybe it was Adam Levitan or someone like that who was saying, at this point in the year, like your analysis is out the window if you're trying to legitimately bet on this stuff. Like, it's what the information says. Yeah. So, I mean, from that standpoint, I mean, who's to say? But it looks like this pick is in. I hate this point in the draft. After the first couple picks, it just pick is in for like forever.
Yeah. Get everybody lined up for so long. Yeah.
Who are we on? The Chargers?
Jarek, who do you want Minnesota to take up next?
Oh, that's a good question.
Minnesota is one of those teams that they only take players. They value athleticism. Minnesota and Seattle are this way. Like if you want to look at player profiler, you want to look at mock draftable, you want to look at Zach Whitman's Z-score, you want to look at Kent Platt's his RAS. I can't remember what his RAS. Minnesota is always taking those players who are elite athletes, even in their undrafted free agents. You look at Mike Boone, you look at that other guy who Mike Boone was competing with. They picked up Amir Abdullah. They picked up Amir Abdullah last year. Justin Jefferson. They're always drafting the players who are. And Jarek is shaking his head like I'm right here. They're one of those franchises that absolutely values athleticism, elite athleticism. So whoever they're taking, it looks like their pick is in right now. Rashawn Slater. So I would like to see how he tested, because Minnesota is one of those teams that's always taking the elite athletes. And now look at Rashawn Slater be like a 5 on. Well,
this one's for the Chargers.
This is the Chargers still.
Oh, that's the Chargers pick. Okay.
Yeah.
I think this is a great pick for them. I mean, not necessarily fantasy relevant, but I think
I may have liked to go to.
Hey, O-line fantasy relevant.
I disagree. I think that's extremely relevant. Helps Eckler and it helps protect Herbert. I think it's a great pick.
I wonder if they play him at tackle or guard.
That's a good question. But their offensive line is bad, so I don't think it matters where they put him.
I think tackle's more important. You can solidify that.
That would be correct, I would think. So what are your guys' thoughts on Justin Fields, since it happened right after I jumped out?
I'm a little sad that we missed your reaction, Matt.
No, we need yours. Go ahead,
Matt. You hit us first, yeah.
Once Matt Nagy's fired, I'm going to be absolutely thrilled. I don't think Matt Nagy's a good head coach. I think it's great. I love Allen Robinson. Great for him. Even if they trade Anthony Miller, great for Darnell Mooney. I think it's great for Tariq Cohen, great for David Montgomery. But I think we can all be honest when we say that Mitch Trubisky was a really good runner, but not a great passer. And Matt Nagy, all he wanted him to do was pass the ball. And after that first year, did not let him use his legs at all. I'm worried that they're going to try and limit what Justin Fields can do. So I think that first year, I think he's immediately the starter. Now, I don't think Andy Dalton's going to start, but I'm just worried. I mean, I was just talking to Nick Whalen. We were just DMing each other a little bit about that because he's a big Bears fan. And I didn't realize that there's been no Chicago Bears passers over 4,000 yards or something like that. I think Fields could easily do that. So I just don't trust Matt Nagy, but I love the landing spot for Fields. What would you guys, is he still your 1-2? Obviously I know he's not Felix's, but for everybody else, he's your 1-4 now, Moxley?
No. Well,
3? Behind
I think
Lance?
you got to take Trey Lance too. And I think you got to take Trey Lance too. And I would put Justin Fields 3.
3.
Chicago is one of the. What is the last time Chicago? And I wonder if this has to do with the weather and the quarterbacks they've taken. But what is the last time Chicago has had an elite offense, like an offense that you said
Trubisky's
never
freshman rookie year? They had a good offense. Nagy and Trubisky, or I think it was Nagy's second year, maybe.
I think the Cutler Marshall Alshon
was good
year.
too.
Matt Forte.
That's the only. I don't think Trubisky's they were a good. I think they were fine.
They were.
Offense.
Trubisky held them back some, but they were still a good offense. They weren't elite like the Cutler one that you just talked about. I forgot about with Marshall and Matt Forte. They were a good offense back then. But I think we can all be honest and say that Fields is a step up over both of those guys.
We've seen offenses start hot in Chicago at the beginning of the season because go back and look at Rex Grossman. Rex Grossman was an MVP candidate in September and October. But it seems like once the weather changes, that offense slows down. And you have to kind of build around the running game. But if you add a quarterback like Justin Fields to David Montgomery, maybe they'll complement each other really well. But I feel like it's been never that Chicago has been an offense that you can count on for points and production and fantasy.
So, and just to cut in here, Felix, the Jets just traded up here. So the Jets are back on the clock.
Kornaji?
Double dip.
What do we think they're gonna do? What do you think they're gonna do here?
If they go running back, though,
Najee Harris.
So pathetic.
Please be Najee Harris. Save the Steelers from themselves.
Please don't be Najee. I've too many shares of 1-1 that I was hoping Najee would go to.
Maybe they need to attack. No, they got to protect their investment. So I'm saying it's offensive line.
Could be Leatherwood.
They drafted what's his name last year. I know he wasn't great, but
they just took Becton last year. They might go. Maybe Vera Tucker, somebody who they're thinking about playing.
Put him at left guard.
Yeah, playing at guard.
Is there a wide receiver that's fallen? Or am I missing something?
Bateman.
No, the top 3 guys have gone, right?
Yeah.
Bateman,
I was trying to think.
Bateman
Maybe
is not going in the first round.
No, I'm not talking about Bateman. I was trying to remember if one of the other guys fell.
His mocks have been in the first round lately.
Yeah, Bateman's going to go to the Packers if Tennessee takes Elijah
Mox
Moore.
had Mac Jones going number 3 overall. So we'll see if.
But everybody was saying how stupid that was. None of us believe in Mox. We all said that was stupid. That's the thing. There's some stuff in Mox you believe, and there's other stuff you're like, no, that's stupid. That should not happen. We all said that about Mac Jones.
Bateman's a good choice.
Confused me for a second when you guys were saying about
receiver. I don't think it's a wide receiver.
I don't think it is either. No,
neither do I. That's why I was asking. I couldn't remember. I was trying to remember what wide receivers went really quick. I couldn't remember if one of those guys had fallen. I don't think they're trading up to go wide receiver.
Yeah. Is there a defense? What about Pay?
Kwity Paye.
They could do an edge guy.
Phillips.
I mean, they kind of just need everybody. That team just stinks.
Right.
Yeah.
Defensively, they need most things. Yeah. I think it's a defensive selection. This is a non-sexy pick.
Is there a corner? What about Fairley?
Yeah, but who are you trading up ahead of the Patriots to get? Well, who are you trading up to get defensively?
Ahead of the Pats, ahead of the Cardinals.
They're I don't know if they. I think locked in Vera Tucker. I would be surprised. I guess that's just a need for them, and it makes the most sense positionally to move up for. But I mean, it could be Kwity Paye. I think that's an option. I just would be surprised if it wasn't O-line.
Yeah, is there any other guard that like people were talking about, or a tackle conversion to guard?
I don't
that people were
remember
talking about this high.
No,
I feel like it's
Slater and Vera Tucker.
Vera Tucker, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe with Slater going off the board the pick before, they're like, all right, well now we have to go up and get Vera Tucker.
Which I don't think that's a bad. I think moving up for non-quarterback 9 picks or 10 picks, I don't remember how many, is an interesting move. But I mean, it fills a need, and they know how to surround their quarterback with like offensive line. So
I don't know if this is a what commercial does everybody have right now? I don't know if this is a local commercial or not.
I have Dion.
Oh, we're talking about burial planning over on my end of things. I just thought this is really funny.
I got a Slack commercial.
Can I go a little off topic here? I just want to get your guys' opinions on something. So some dynasty leagues, right? I know a lot of us are now mostly in C2Cs, but I assume some of you guys still playing some dynasty leagues. A lot of drafts are going to start up on Monday, right? After the NFL draft is over, because everybody loves to dive into that. How would you feel if 8 years into a league, some dude just texts you, oh, hey, by the way, I'm out? Of 3 fucking leagues that we're in together, just now today decides he doesn't want to play anymore.
I wish you wouldn't have called me out like this.
I'm sorry, Austin. I thought it'd be best that, we got through this therapeutically in front of everybody. We're a family here. I want, everybody to know what kind of a piece of crap you are.
Interesting. So they're showing the haul for this pick, and I'm sorry to cut in here. So the 14th pick and a 4th rounder to the Jets for the 23rd and 2/3. That's interesting. I'm not sure if that's great value for them or not. I don't know.
It depends on what they're getting.
I think that's a great trade for Minnesota. I think they got a lot of value back. I would be surprised if the trade value went the Jets' way. That feels like a really nice deal, especially in the middle of the draft here.
Did you just throw shade at the Jets as in because it was the Jets making the trade? Is that what I gathered from that?
No, I think it's from a trade value perspective. I bet that it lines up for Minnesota's way. But it doesn't help that it's the Jets because, they don't make the best decisions.
I would love if they just go Travis Etienne here. They just traded up to go Travis Etienne. It would make
that
my God.
For running back, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, he fits well in that system. But
in the top 15 pick.
But I would just love it. I would just love if they did it. It's such a Jets move.
Mac Jones is on the phone.
He got to be going tackle.
They want a good competition at quarterback there. No, there's zero.
They're doing the RG3 Kirk Cousins thing. They saw how that worked.
Except 2 4th rounders.
So.
It's a better chance of them selecting
I saw Kirk Cousins play
Elijah Vera Tucker.
How do I get to be the guy in the recliner?
Bruno, it is Vera Tucker?
Yeah, it was Elijah Vera Tucker. Yeah, they announced it. At least on my side, they announced it. Yeah.
Yeah,
you straight up for a guard?
Oh, they marked him guard.
Dude, that's love, though, right? That's the way, and that's the way they like. They want that good offensive line. That's the way the Kyle Shanahan, LaFleur's have always been. I think it's a good move. I mean, look, let's be honest. It's not going to matter in the end because Zach Wilson bails out of every clean pocket he's seen. So it really doesn't matter how good the offensive line is, but it's going to help at least some.
So I think there's no question that the Jets draft a running back at some point. Maybe it's a day 3 pick. Maybe it's Javion Hawkins. I think Javion Hawkins would fit their system. A speed guy.
Colin both
what?
Man,
what?
Oh, you said that, and both me and Colin both did the same. As soon as you said Javion Hawkins.
Mean, this running back class isn't good. All I'm saying is that they're going to take a speed guy, and we should pay attention to it because, I didn't realize that they signed Tevin Coleman. They got LaMichael Pirine there. Somebody could pop for them. If you're looking for the next James Robinson, it could be the player that's taken for the Jets.
CJ Maribel.
I do like CJ Maribel.
Already pick is in.
Pat's already picked.
There
you go.
Please.
There you go, Mac Jones.
It's happening. It's happening.
God, dude, I can't believe I have to be a Bears fan now. This sucks.
If they take Mac Jones, does Shaq shave the beard then and stuff?
Yes, he said he was going to.
He did.
He said
I showed that picture to a friend of mine tonight.
I'm going to tweet at him as soon as that pick is announced. I'm like, all right, Shaq, let's go. I want this live recorded. You shaving your beard.
It's starting to get warmer out. I'm praying for him.
I'm going to text him. I'm going to text Shaq and say, "Are you shaving your beard?"
I haven't officially like accepted my invite into that league that he sent yet, so I can't text him because he'll be like, "When are you going to accept that invite?" Later,
man.
By the way, does anybody accept invitations to like a traditional dynasty league anymore, or does it have to be a campus kid league?
I will never join another straight dynasty.
You know, it's funny. I was listening to. I think I was talking to Austin about this the other day. Shit, who was it? I was literally just on his podcast, and now I can't think of his name because I was just sending a message to somebody else. Travis May. Yeah, I was sending a message to Kyle Yates, and that's the name that is stuck in my head now. Travis May was talking about that's the only leagues that he's in now. He refuses to be in any dynasty leagues, and he's converting Stavon
Lacoe. Isn't he in that pinnacle of dynasty or pinnacle of?
Yeah, but that's
whatever it's called.
Honest,
that's like they can draft middle school. That one.
Deeper. That's way
they can
deeper
draft like middle schoolers.
You can draft like middle school kids. Yes,
but they don't get to play them until they get to and the NFL though.
Yeah.
But it is deeper. Yeah.
I think at one point, because I know Stoops is in it, and I talked to him about it a little bit. And I want to say at one point they were like in round 400 something. I was like, yeah, it's too much.
Yeah,
I'm good. It's bad.
Yeah,
and they're not even playing for like 2 years or something like that. I remember when they first talked about doing it, like they're like, we're not even going to count scoring till 2 or 3 years into the league or something like that. It's a weird whole thing.
Mac Jones to the Patriots, crazy.
It is.
It's a great.
Screwed up.
It's a great
He's
spot.
walking fast. He's walking fast up to the podium.
So would I. Okay. I'd be thrilled. That's a great spot for him.
As good as the Patriots could be.
I still feel like he's a bottom of the first round pick in Superflex rookie draft.
You have to. You have to because he's a quarterback.
Well, I'm saying he's not a top. It's not going Trevor Lawrence, Zach Fields, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Mac Jones. That's not going to be the top 5 picks.
Mac Jones will fall, but I'm telling you,
look how unathletic this dude looks walking down this hallway.
Dude, Zach Wilson looked just as bad walking down the hallway earlier.
Holy shit.
His hips are wider than his shoulders.
He doesn't look fit.
Nobody said he was athletic. Like, you guys are knocking him for shit that he doesn't do, and he's still a good quarterback.
I'm sorry, I can't draft a guy that's shaped like that.
Bad body. That's what they call it in baseball.
You're shaped like that. Don't hate on the man.
He wouldn't draft himself, though.
Temporarily. You should see me when I'm in shape.
He's temporarily, too. You think Bill Belichick ain't going to whip his ass in shape?
If he's not already in that kind of a shape entering the NFL, then...
Yeah, that's a big red flag if you have to get in shape.
I'm gonna call Shaq. Let's get Shaq on the phone.
He probably has to teach him.
I've been drafting.
No, he's on vacation, or was that last week?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He might have to teach him.
I've been drafting Cam Newton in best ball a lot recently, and that's gonna hurt.
Well, how long do you think it takes until Mac Jones starts?
This year.
I don't know. Probably some point this year.
He should never start. He's so bad.
My bad.
I guess I might get a
campaign.
Cam, if you really look at the contract, Cam Newton signed was like a backup contract. I don't think he's going to be the starter. It's going to be Mac Jones. I mean, look, I'm not trying to compare him to Brady. He's not Brady. But what he can do in that offense, I think, is exactly what Bill Belichick wants. He's going to distribute the ball. Again, he's Kirk Cousins.
To who?
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you.
To Cam Newton.
When has Tom Brady ever had a good wide receiver outside of Randy Moss and Julian Edelman?
What's Brady?
It doesn't matter.
It matters, dude. It matters.
It does not matter.
Brady's had elite talent.
Tom Brady just went to the Tampa Bay Bucks and won the freaking Super Bowl because he's
with an elite team around him. Elite team around him.
He's elite in and of himself.
I'm not saying he's not. He's the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. But he doesn't have the best arm talent I've ever seen play the game. He's not the best reader of defenses I've ever seen to play the game. He's not even the best quarterback athletically to ever play the game. No, he's not.
Like what?
I take Aaron Rodgers over him in all 3 of those categories. I take Patrick Mahomes over him in all 3 of those categories. Tom Brady is going to be the GOAT because he's won 6 championships and he's played in a great system all the time. And he goes to Tampa Bay. He plays in a great system with a great team.
So
I'm not trying to.
So you're saying he's a system QB?
I kind of think he is, yes, if you want me to be honest. But that being said, he's the greatest of all time. I'm not arguing that. He's won
even though he
7
just left systems and
You
won a
can't
Super Bowl in year
go.
one.
You can't go. He's a system QB. He's probably the GOAT. You can't.
Yes, you can. He won 7 championships. I mean, I've said I think Aaron Rodgers is the
You
GOAT,
can't
the
say those
time.
two sentences together. I hate Tom Brady with a passion. If he was in front of me and I was rolling down the street, I would hit the gas with him in the crosswalk.
When he goes to Tampa Bay,
he's the GOAT.
But I'm not saying he's not. I literally just said he is.
And you can't say he's a system quarterback and he
goes to Tampa Bay and they implemented what Tom Brady wanted into the offense.
That seems like a compliment to Tom Brady more than anything.
Yeah, so he's creating his own system?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's
Tom
not.
Brady
He's
is
not
the
Tom
system.
Brady. Okay, so he
Tom
is
Brady
the
So
system.
I tried to call Shaq.
Yeah.
I tried to call Shaq, and I ended up calling a different Brian, who I had been avoiding because he's running for office and he's asking for money. But I did not answer his phone call the last time he called.
Felix has to go write a check.
Let me ask you guys something. Since Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback to ever play the game, is he better than Aaron Rodgers, physically gifted? I'm not asking championships. Is he better than Aaron Rodgers?
It's a totally different conversation.
These are kind of two different questions.
I'm asking. Skill set wise, is he better than Aaron Rodgers? I'm asking. That's the only question I'm asking.
I don't think so, but there's more to the quarterback position than it's the one position where there's more than physical attributes.
What else matters?
I mean, he's like the greatest game manager in terms of he plays chess when everyone else is playing checkers. I mean,
So Peyton Manning didn't, Aaron Rodgers doesn't?
I don't think Aaron Rodgers does. I mean, I think Aaron Rodgers is a glorified gunslinger, but he's awesome.
I agree. He is more gifted than
Rob's not
Tom Brady.
wrong.
And I agree that it goes to what Alfred is saying about his mind. But I think you guys are overrating that part.
You just said he's the GOAT. What are we overrating?
No, I'm not trying to shit on Tom Brady, and I feel like that's where you guys are taking me. Tom Brady is the GOAT. I agree with that. My point is, I don't even know what my point is anymore. I feel like I'm just arguing in circles now. Mac Jones is going to be a good quarterback. That's all I have to say.
Zaven Collins here.
Linebacker.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, he's sexy.
God damn it. I was hoping they
who
would
did he
let
go
to
to?
the Browns.
Oh my gosh! Didn't they do Simmons last year? So now they have like 2 freak linebackers.
Hassan Reddick the year before.
Reddick left. That was like 5 years.
They got it right at linebacker yet?
Yes.
Carolina Panther Hassan Reddick.
Yeah.
No. All right. I'm a couple years behind, I guess. I felt like that was pretty recent.
Dwight's not here right now, PJ. So apologies. We'll get this question to him when he returns. I don't know. I honestly don't. They play a 3-4. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I think Zaven Collins is a hybrid guy, but in like the opposite way that Simmons is. Like Simmons is like that safety linebacker hybrid. Zaven Collins actually, because there were a lot of
he's like an actual linebacker.
There were a lot of rumors that Pittsburgh liked him, and I think he's kind of similar to Bud Dupree coming out of college. He's not quite the pass rusher, he's almost like the middle linebacker version of Bud Dupree, which sounds weird to say, but I think they're athletically and what they can do very, very similar players. And Bud Dupree was a shit pass rusher for the Steelers for 3 years, and then he figured it out. I think if you want to use Zaven Collins in that way, he could be fucking dangerous in a couple of years.
Whoa, that was strong.
Yeah, fucking.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
You just put a lot of emphasis on that.
I've been drinking a lot tonight. So.
I need to drink more.
We're only 16 picks in, and I have like
halfway, baby.
4 beers and a virtual wine tasting into this.
We haven't even had Elijah Moore on for Jarek's Chug tonight.
Oh, baby.
What, Jarek, are you taking like a drink for every like one shot for every pick that he like for what number he is?
Apparently.
I just volunteered to be fair.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Well, I'll just finish this now and get a new one for the chug.
I always have questions for the analytics people. Chris, Elijah Moore or Rondale Moore?
Elijah Moore, because he's going to go like at least, I believe, a round ahead of Rondale. I really like Rondale. I really do. It's really hard if Elijah Moore gets first round draft capital to take Rondale over him because Rondale's not getting first round draft capital.
But they're both slot receivers.
One's 5'7" and one's not. So Like the NFL's already told us that they prefer.
Even if Rondale Moore is taken in the 3rd round or the 2nd round, he's going to be a starter. He's way more the size adjusted athleticism is comparable.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Did Elijah Moore have a freshman breakout?
No, because AJ Brown and DK Metcalf were there.
Yeah, but Elijah Moore.
You don't have to have a freshman breakout.
Yeah,
I'm just asking because I know that Elijah Moore did. Rondale Moore did.
He massively broke out in his sophomore year, though.
Yeah.
Was he a consensus freshman All-American, Elijah Moore? Was he one of the?
Does that matter?
Elijah Moore played snaps.
But if we're talking
counselor, that's a leading question. Objection. You're leading the witness.
It's not a leading question. It's not a
Where's
leading
Judge
question.
Tavaro?
It's not.
It's really it's really the 1st round versus 3rd round conversation, or projected 3rd round, I guess.
I was going to say Tavon Austin went in the 1st round. I mean, it was a couple years ago, but there's very similar size, Austin and Rondale Moore.
I wish I was Rondale.
In the 1st round, AJ Jenkins. AJ Jenkins went in the 1st round. So,
if Rondale Moore goes in the 1st round, I would prefer him to Elijah Moore. He's not going in the 1st round, so I prefer Elijah Moore. That's the bottom line. Like, I trust the NFL can, regardless of whether or not I think they're good evaluators, they will utilize a player based on their draft capital to justify their decision making. So if Rondale Moore goes in the 3rd, then I think that's a possibility. I think he'll probably go in the 2nd. But if Rondale Moore goes in the 2nd and Elijah Moore goes in the 1st, Elijah Moore is going to get a lot more opportunity and chances than Rondale Moore is. It's just the draft capital matters for hit rates. It really does.
What if they both go in the 2nd?
Sorry?
What if they both go in the 2nd? Let's say they go back-to-back picks.
I probably prefer Rondale. I thought Elijah Moore's sophomore and junior season were very, very impressive. But what Rondale did in his true freshman season was one of the greatest receiving seasons of all time. I can't really argue with that. But I don't think that's going to be the case, which is why I have Elijah Moore ahead of Rondale. I'm baking that into my assumption.
I've secured an appearance from Brian Chakochis.
Is he shaving his beard live
on camera
on a later date?
He actually scheduled an appointment. He scheduled a haircut. I secured an appearance from him. So
I love that Boston accent so much.
It's so intense.
It's so clear. I let somebody
makes me think of The Departed,
and they said he's from the UK. I'm like, what? No, he's not from the UK. He's from Boston. He's from Boston. He's in the car.
Are you a cop?
The Hopper. Remember those commercials? Getting the Hopper. It was on my senior year in college, and we would be wasted on a Wednesday afternoon, and that commercial would come on, and we'd all just be like, the Hopper.
Yeah, it was like a cable thing.
Yes. Comcast, I think. Yeah.
Not to destroy our Boston accent extravaganza, but the Raiders took Alex Leatherwood. Probably
destroyed it
half a round early.
Leatherwood's the one with
not shocked.
He's the one with the severe injury concerns, right?
Isn't that kind of what the Raiders do? Is draft people way too early?
That's their thing.
They took that quarterback.
I want to be the dude in the fucking recliner.
Matt, wasn't that your justification for taking Mac Jones early? Is because someone else is going to take him, so take him.
Look, at this point, that's fine. It's different compared with offensive linemen and quarterbacks. Again, you guys can argue all you want, but it's a quarterback-driven league. It's okay. I have the receipt saved. It's going to be fun watching Mac Jones be a quarterback too for the next couple years. After all, you guys said it's going to be a bust.
Wow, quarterback two.
Again, we all play in super flex formats. You guys make it sound like a quarterback two is a bad thing. It matters. Not everybody can have Patrick Mahomes, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson on their teams. You have to have a good other quarterback.
But those are the teams that win. You don't win with Mac Jones.
Well, Mac Jones is
replaceable. Kirk Cousins played QB2 his entire career, and people won with him last year because he exceeded expectations, was a QB12. But not even if you have Patrick Mahomes and Kyler Murray, you don't always win those leagues because the rest of your team may suck because you reach for your two quarterbacks.
It's value.
There's a lot of different ways
that he's going to be good.
I agree. I wouldn't hate on I don't hate on it because I see people all the time. it's not representative of what actually happens in these leagues. It happens in like 3% of leagues, but you see people that'll go on Twitter and be like, well, I won a league last year with Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andy Dalton as my 2 quarterbacks. Oh shit, Chris, you have a team with those 2, don't you? Fuck, sorry.
That's my brand. I'm Ryan Fitzpatrick, Andy Dalton truther.
But people will swear by that. And I think it's like you're trying to hit like such a small target to win a championship in a league. And there are ways to make the target bigger. I'm not necessarily sure that makes the target bigger. Like I have found over the past couple of years that I would rather hit 2 high-powered quarterbacks and just hope the rest works out. I think that is more of a winning formula than hoping for the opposite, personally.
Yeah, it's so hard to get a good quarterback. I mean, in those leagues, it's just...
I agree. And so that's my point. You can't always end up with Patrick Mahomes and Kyler Murray on your team, so you have to have a good quarterback too. That's my argument for Mac Jones. I'm not saying he's elite. Has those words left my mouth.
Brooding, where would you take him in a rookie draft right now?
Super flex back in the first round. I'm not putting him top 5.
I don't think that's inappropriate. Like, if you're taking him like 111, like that's good value. But I'm not.
I agree. That's my point. But you guys are. My argument is you guys are. Maybe you didn't, but Alfred's saying he's a bust. I completely disagree with that statement. He's not a bust.
I think you're making up arguments here to fight against.
I didn't know. Alfred literally said he was
erroneous on all accounts.
I also think
erroneous on all accounts. It is. It's a bunch of bullshit.
I also think though that we can talk. I always think of everything through fantasy, right? So to me, in a fantasy lens, I don't want anything to do with Mac Jones because he is replacement level in terms of fantasy. In real life, there's value to not being a horrific quarterback. There's value into not being... Huh?
I don't care about real life. I'm not arguing real life. I'm arguing
fantasy.
Well,
then in fantasy, he's replaceable. He's replacement level in fantasy. But in Superflex, you have to take the QB 20 if he's available at 111.
I agree what is replacement level to you?
Well, I guess replacement level in a deep dynasty is hard because there's no waiver wire. So, but he's replacement in the sense of if I traded for Sam Darnold, I'm getting the same dude.
This guy with the Dolphins Spartan get up and the mask under the medical mask underneath is just not doing it for me.
At least he has a mask.
Ooh, Dolphins pick is it? Can we get a running back? Because that would be pretty hot for fantasy.
So Alfred officially declares his allegiance.
No, for fantasy. I'd love to see a running back go in the first round of the
Austin
Dolphins.
wants Najee Harris to go here in the worst way.
There's a lot of bridges. I don't have to walk that far to find
Ooh, Jalen Phillips ahead of Gregory Rousseau.
Oh, is the pick in, Alfred?
Yes.
Oh. Sorry, I was just following on the internet.
Oh, they picked Gregory Rousseau?
No, Phillips.
Oh.
Jalen Phillips.
Which is weird because like
defensive players in the draft. Dwight, do you agree with that? Though. I think he's the best defensive player in the draft outside of the concussion issue. Do you agree with that, Dwight?
His medicals are the biggest issues, but man, if he's healthy, he is scary.
Micah Parsons.
So here, Dwight, here's a question on that for you. I think most of the time when we have a guy with a medical issue, you basically gauge how serious it is based on how far they fall. So do you assume that things are probably looking okay for him since he's going 18th overall here?
I would guess so. I mean, he did take like a year and a half off too. And, he has had a lot of time to recover. He played healthy this year. So you'd think that, the concussions maybe are not as big of an issue. It's just, it's hard to tell. But like you said, though, I think that teams must not be too scared of it and take him this high. So, I like it. It's a guy I'm really high on. So. Felix, I'm drinking this for you, man.
Ooh, Oberon.
Oberon.
Yeah.
Is that from Kalamazoo or?
No, it's not Kalamazoo.
Comstock.
I'm not. Where is it from?
Comstock. I think they did have
Comstock.
They did have
yeah, that's close enough. Dwight, put your mic down so we can hear you. You got your mic on your ear.
No, I'm talking the Yeti. It's different.
Oh, it's definitely not.
This one up here sucks.
Okay. When you tapped it, we heard the sound from it, so it's coming from there.
Is it really? That'd be
yeah.
hilarious.
Hello.
Oh, hey,
yeah, a lot better.
What are you doing, Yeti? You're worthless.
No.
I'm feeling a little tipsy, guys. I don't drink much, and I'm on my fourth one, I think. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good
too.
Well,
So
yeah,
what
we
I'm
can tell.
gathering is-
You
one of those Oberons.
You reminded me I need another drink.
This weekend in the expo with you, Felix, and Brandon in the same house, it's gonna be a whole lot of fun here with all this drinking.
Oh
I imagine it's coming our way.
Yeah, I paid for my spot, so I'm good. I got a wedding to go to that month. I got this to go to. Is Judge Devereaux going to make an appearance at the?
I already ordered my fake mustache and cowboy hat.
There you go, Rob.
And to think, you didn't even want to do the character.
I don't want to continue doing the character. I hate the character.
And it's only the best
Well, if you'd gone to law school and wasted your life
Austin
doing this,
about
you
this.
wouldn't have to be the judge. But
I need to find it. I don't know how to look on. I'm not good with the Reddit shit. I meant to ask Alfred this the other day. Someone told me that they posted it on Reddit. Dude, I have gotten like hundreds of followers after that shit went on Reddit. Me and Austin were talking about this off show last night.
It's a good character.
No, I don't want to be known for my shitty Southern accent. That's not what I want to be known
It's too late. It's too late. Too late.
Too late. It's too late.
It's either that or known as the OSU Homer.
I'd rather be just the OSU Homer. It was great. Life was great when that's all I was known as.
For those who are watching, we had to beg Bruning to do the character, to do the Southern accent.
That was all you.
It's not going to be good. Oh well, I did. No, you helped too.
I just put that poll on Twitter, but I wasn't like you were like in the background. Yeah. Like you two were arguing, and I just went on Twitter. I was like, "What do you guys think?"
Why can't I see?
Right,
Washington.
Washington. There are no more quarterbacks.
Go wide receiver.
They
maybe.
need
receiver.
Yeah, I would like that.
McLaurin and Samuel are a good option, though. I feel like.
Yeah, but McLaurin and Rondale Moore, come on.
Oh, I mean, I agree.
Better.
I
don't like Bateman would actually fit opposite Terry McLaurin, I think.
True.
Elijah Moore.
Who's you all's comp for Rashad Bateman? Does anyone have a comp for Rashad Bateman?
No.
I needed to feel good about the type of prospect that he is.
Who? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Rashad Bateman. Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I wasn't. Does anyone have a comp for Rashad Bateman?
I'm in the middle of doing something. But no, I don't
like
really
the dude at the deli counter.
I saw Keenan Allen, and I thought that was interesting. I've seen all the way from like Devontae Adams to Keenan Allen to like
Allen Robinson.
Like a smaller Allen Robinson, like DeAndre Hopkins. Like I've seen all of it. He's an interesting player because he came in a lot lighter than I thought he would be. Which
I don't see Hopkins, but I could see a little bit of A-Rob and you just named Keenan Allen. I actually think Keenan Allen's a really good one.
I do too. I think Keenan Allen's my favorite.
To be fair, I think Bateman lost a lot of weight from COVID and then never.
Yeah, he did talk about beginning of last year how much that affected him. Like he almost didn't come back and play last year because of that.
Yeah.
He'd also said that he was never playing above 200 though. So like he was down to 190, but he was never playing above 200, which surprised me because he was at 210 when he was at Minnesota. Player Profiler has him comped to Stephon Diggs, which I don't think their games are super similar. To me, that's a weird comp, but I mean, they put a lot of research into their comp, so I'm not gonna.
That's
interesting. I don't have a great process for doing mine either.
David Davis. I don't even know from Kentucky, Lexington. That's where I got my my COVID vaccines. I don't even know who that is. Dwight. I guess we can turn this over to Dwight to unmute himself and tell us about who Jamin Davis is.
That's a Kentucky boy.
Jamin Davis, linebacker?
Wow, that's early.
I like that pick though.
I actually saw him. I saw him mid to late first in a couple mocks.
Dude, I've seen a lot of people say he's one of the best linebackers in this draft.
Yeah, and he was like day 3 months ago, and he has just taken a hell of a rise. So,
man, is there any shot that Owusu falls to the Browns.
Oh.
Sorry, I was reading.
I had no idea what the
reading,
fuck you were talking about. Like Owusu falls.
I think the Steelers take him if he's there at 24. I do. And that's not even wishful thinking. I think they do because they went to Notre Dame's pro day. He's the only guy they would have been there to look at.
Right. Ian Book. Just come on.
Yeah.
Crickets.
Yeah.
Like
Ian Book, huh?
Ian Book, yeah. That's who they were there to look at. Come on.
Yep.
No, Davis is fun. Just makes that defense. Whew, like Washington needed more playmakers on that defense. I mean, he's more of a. I think he'll play that middle a little more traditional, but he also is really good in coverage. Makes a lot of really good plays. So yeah, Davis is Washington's
coverage. I think a good coverage linebacker is pretty valuable.
Right. Yeah, Washington is building something really special there. I think.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think so too. I posted my NFC rankings, and I think I had Washington third in my power rankings too. Number 1, LA. Number 2, I don't remember, so I'm going to look to see where I had them. But
let's see.
I will say I have an IDP C2C league that Colin and I are actually both in together, and Jamin Davis might be the pickup that I've been most proud of in that league. I picked him up mid-season and stashed him because he was just uber athletic, and I thought the NFL would fall in love with him. I did not think he'd be a first-round draft pick, but I really like him. I think he's a really good player. I see a lot of Darius Leonard, type in his game. I'm not sure he'll ever hit that level, but
yeah,
he's a good player.
Jamin Davis, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Austin, I think you already kept short on the IDP.
Jamin Davis
on your IDP of acumen.
Jamin Davis has a RAS score of 9.94.
What were you saying, Colin?
I said I think you sell yourself short on the IDP acumen. I mean, you constantly throwing names to me. Like my IDP squad wouldn't look nearly quite as good as it would.
I give Colin all the guys that aren't quite good enough for me,
and I love it. I try to research some IDP guys, but it's hard. I like guys' talent, and then they go to a situation and they're good, but they don't produce. And then you get other guys who are like, the linebacker for UAB, who's probably never going to be anything, but then he produces. So but then is he going to do that in the pros? So I think it's a really tough balance, but I don't know. Like I said, I think you always walk that line very well.
I will say my guy for next year already I have picked out is Edifuan Ulo-Foshio. He's a linebacker from the University of Washington. He's a freak athlete. Again, that's all I look for in linebackers, freak athletes. And he's one. He's a big boy. He's like 6'2", 6'3".
Hey, I've got Shaq on the line. Can we just let him?
Oh, hell yeah!
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he just mute himself and then try to put him on the line?
Felix, you muted yourself.
I'm good. Shaq, how did you feel about the? You got the hair. You got a top 5 quarterback. Now you got to cut it off for the wife. How do you feel about the pick overall, though?
I feel great about the pick overall, man. I mean, when you look at what the Patriots love, what the Patriots want, Mac Jones fills it for him, man. Like he has the fast mental processing. He's able to see things, process things, get the ball out, get the ball where it's supposed to go, and get it there accurately. And that's what they want, man. I mean, the deep, super deep passing game has never been like the calling card of McDaniel's offense. I mean, they'll do it. They'll take their shots. They'll do it strategically. But it's not like that vertical passing game that, where you need a Russell Wilson who's going to just lob bombs like they do in Seattle, man. He's what they need, and I think it's a great fit. I think it's a fantastic fit. So I think a lot of people hate on Mac Jones. I think there's a lot of truth to the idea that the 49ers were heavily considering Jones at number 3. And so for the Pats to get him at 15, I think it's great for them, man. I think it's an awesome fit.
Shaq, I think the key question is where do we take Mac Jones in Superflex rookie mock drafts? I think the first 3 picks are probably, when it's all said and done, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, and Justin Fields, probably 2 and 3 in some order. We just did a Superflex rookie mock draft, and Mac Jones wasn't taken in the first 7 picks. Is that a mistake, or are you okay with letting him slide?
Look, I mean, I think he's still, as much as I'm a Patriots homer, right? He still has, I'm going to concede to you flat out, he still has the lowest ceiling of the 5 quarterbacks, right? So, I think he's got a high floor. I think he's probably got I think he may have the highest floor other than Lawrence. But if you're playing fantasy football, for me, look, I want the guy with the ceiling, man. I want the guy who could be special. And the other guys have the traits to be special. Like I would still take Zach Wilson over him, no doubt. I'm gonna root like hell for Mac Jones and the Patriots, but for fantasy football, I'm gonna take all the other guys over him still. So that's just me.
All right, Shaq. Well, we appreciate you coming on, Shaq. Who is the tight end for Iowa State that Brock Purdy is going to throw the ball to?
Charlie Cola. My dude. Is that a question?
Yeah, that was a question.
We had a request.
They wanted to get a little bit of the Boston accent. All right, Shaq. I appreciate you, man.
Love you guys. Love what you do. Let's go. Go Pats and go C to C. Let's go, baby.
Thank you, Shaq.
All right, Shaq. Peace out, man.
All right. See you
guys. Priceless. That's incredible.
Charlie Cola.
So I hate to interrupt that because that is a critical moment right there for the future. The Giants just traded down and took Kadarius Toney. So I'm gonna kick this to Jarek because I know Jarek is the only person on staff who likes Kadarius Toney. So Jarek, tell us why this was such a good pick for the Giants.
Oh my God.
Oh man. I mean, as we all know, for wide receivers, their senior year is the most important. And man, did he get a 20% market share in his senior year. So
oh God!
Oh my God!
That's the most
watch the tape, bro. Watch the tape,
guys.
I mean, yeah, he did nothing for 3 years, and then
So here's my question for you, Jarek. He's a pure slot guy, right? He has to be in the NFL.
I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, a lot.
I think he was used pretty close to the line of scrimmage, though.
To take him over an Elijah Moore, over a Rondale Moore.
I don't.
If that's the rule I've picked out for him, that
is such a Giants pick.
I mean, I don't expect anything better from David Gettleman. I like how I don't know.
It's like he just trolls everybody.
Are we all getting
it's like he intentionally trolls everybody.
He looks at the worst analytics profile and he picks them.
Yeah. Just to stick it to all of us.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley, not a bad analytic profile. Bad value.
True. True.
Very bad value.
Yes. Great point. Yeah, there is a difference.
So
definitely.
Guys, Eli Moore to the Colts would be kind of boner time.
Eli Moore anywhere.
No, but like you got Pittman. You got Pittman as the future on the outside as kind of an X. And T.Y. Hilton is on his way out eventually. I mean, within the next year or two. And then you've got more just like lightning. Although, I mean, I don't know what to think about Wentz, but
yeah, they drafted. Wasn't Paris Campbell in the slot? I don't like him, but
he's basically what Kadarius Toney was.
Yep. What? He's a worse. I think his film grade for me was worse than Kadarius Toney's. Yeah, I did not have a good film grade on Kadarius Toney.
Is Kadarius Toney the worst pick of the first currently?
Contextually, no. I think Leatherwood's still the worst pick.
And I still argue Zach Wilson at 2.
I don't know Leatherwood, though.
You're probably right on 2.
So for some Kadarius Toney context, Matt Harmon just tweeted this, and I think it's a good thing to look at.
Perception.
Yeah, so we don't like his analytics grades. So Matt Harmon puts it in context for the route runners and film folks out there. 13th percentile success rate versus man coverage and first percentile against press. He's one of the worst graded wide receivers to come in when looking from a reception perspective. What's interesting is that he really should only play slot, but he's also not that much smaller than Rashad Bateman. Like him and Rashad Bateman are only like 5 pounds apart from each other.
Yeah, he's a big-ish guy.
So this has been my thing on Kadarius Toney, and I think I've been fairly consistent on this. I'm willing, if I love a player's tape, to ignore the analytics to a certain extent. I would never wholesale ignore them, but I think to a certain extent, if you really, really like a guy's tape, I'm willing to hedge on that. I didn't even think Kadarius Toney's tape was that impressive. He has a couple of wow plays here and there. You'll see clipped on Twitter where, he breaks a couple tackles, he squeezes through a small hole here or there, and he's gone. But if you sat down and watched, 5 games of Kadarius Toney and you watched every single snap that he had in those 5 games, I didn't think it was good. So I don't understand where this first round buzz, even if you ignore the analytics, was even coming from people. How do some of the more film guys in this room feel about that?
I mean, yeah, I don't understand it either. I'm just saying I don't understand.
Priceless of how bad that pick was. Yeah.
Yes, I just because I'm with you. I don't like his tape either. So I don't know what there is to actually see. I mean, he's an athlete.
It's just
he's an athlete.
And he's got first round capital, but as Felix pointed out, that's not a guarantee, of course. AJ Jenkins and some others.
I mean, there's so many busts in the first round, especially for 4-year players. It's bad.
Of course.
Rob Kish is killing it, by the way.
Yeah, Rob's my guy. Rob's awesome.
I like Rob, and he's a good dude. Was he saying that Toney sucks or the PFF? PFF is ridiculous.
Both, for sure.
Yeah.
The thing with PFF is they're very interesting, but they, their thing is they throw these metrics and they throw these stats out and do these visuals on Twitter and stuff without context as to what that means. They'll just be like, oh, he had like the best adjusted catch per third down of anybody in the whole NCAA last year. And you're like, okay, well, does that mean anything? And so it's just interesting. They don't provide any context with their like myriad of stats.
Yeah, but I like quote tweeting it and saying, oh, my guy rules.
Yeah, I do too. I'm not going to miss an opportunity to stand my guy.
Yeah. Well, that's what PFF has a very subjective grading system, which I think is part of the concern, right? But I mean, they have such a great resource library and they have access to so many things that I really wonder what it looks like behind the scenes and stuff that we'll never have access to. So it's interesting how they do their process is where I'll leave it.
Yeah,
I know some people like dunking on PFF. I don't necessarily like dunking on them, but
yeah, even though it's subjective, at least for the NFL, a lot of their data is actually predictive for the next season and the future. Not as much from like college to the NFL, but within league context, a lot of it is predictive.
The Colts pick is in here.
Oh, give me Eli. Well, I mean, I think it's more. Man, I think it could be more to the Colts or the Titans.
I was just gonna say more to the Titans would be.
He's been mocked to the Titans.
He's not big enough.
I mean, yeah, they kind of do like.
They only take Boss Hogg at wide receiver, or at any offensive skill position. It's only.
True.
And Bateman. So Bateman's around. Guys, we really like Bateman, Eli Moore, the running back. No running back has gone yet.
I'm seeing Bateman mocked to. Oh, I'm still talking Tennessee here. I should get back to the Colts.
I mean, the Colts definitely are taking a running back.
Yeah.
What a kick in the balls that would be.
I need to pull up my rookie rankings on C2C.com and see who else I really like that's still available other than Eli Moore.
Is that the first website plug the whole time?
No. Maybe.
It's the first one I remember. There we
Negative.
go.
There you go.
I got it. I know it.
No, I've been throwing a lot of shade on Twitter about you guys and plugging the site, so we're good.
Thank you.
Getting a lot of tweets getting a lot of retweets from those Bama fans out there about Mac Jones.
Samuel Cosme mocked to them a lot.
A Quiddy pay off the board here.
Quiddy play. That's a nice pick for Indianapolis. What do you think about that? Our resident C2C Devi guy or IDP guy, Dwight?
Felix misquoting me.
Yeah, another situation of the rich getting richer, man. That defense, another one that's just a huge get, for them. Yeah, Pay's a guy I'm kind of a little bit still incomplete on. I mean, you definitely saw the flashes of greatness there. Penn State, another Penn State guy, Colin. So yeah,
I thought Pay was a Michigan guy.
Oh, you're right. Jesus.
Yeah. Oway.
Sorry. Oway. There's
probably
it's not that different, to be honest. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've had a little bit much. So.
Oway.
Yeah, you're right.
Wow. 9.34 RAS.
Yeah.
Score.
Stupid, crazy athletic.
That is nice.
What's the
elite speed?
What's Oway's? What's Oway's RAS? Because his 40 time was absurd.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a pro day.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
OWEH.
9.92.
That's what I thought. What was his 40 time listed as?
4.37.
Yeah, okay, that's what
10.
I thought. I knew
he's got a 10. Perfect 10.
Yeah. I thought that was crazy.
Wow.
I mean,
I for some reason had him mixed up. Yeah. Pay is another guy who kind of didn't get to do much at Michigan because of the situation. Like, he was never really a featured pass rusher because, Harbaugh. I mean, Harbaugh doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So, yeah.
So
no doubt.
I just pulled an interesting stat for y'all if y'all are interested.
Always.
So, over the last 2 drafts, so the Mayock Gruden era, we have seen 7 of 16 picks from either Alabama or Clemson. 43% have come from only those 2 schools.
It's just obscene. I mean, the parity in college has got to change.
Maybe those are the only games he watches, the yearly Clemson Alabama matchup, if he can get it.
Did he just watch the national championship?
Oh, you're talking about Mayock, but I mean, you could probably say the same freaking thing for just the NFL first round. I mean, it's all Bama, Clemson, and that's about it. I mean,
well, they're taking what I think is interesting too is they're taking Clemson and Alabama guys late, which is a fairly bad strategy considering you should probably focus on small school guys late because if the guy's not breaking out. But
I agree.
Yep.
It's just that's the highest rate across any team for Clemson and Alabama across the last 3 years. So very, very interesting. That's kind of the only 2 teams they watch. They just say, they're the best.
Yeah, I'll take the second stringer on Bama.
Okay, Mike Mayock.
So Joel Klatt's tie is fucking sick. I like it. I like his whole outfit.
All right,
no,
so what
no
do we
one's
got
into
here? We got
no one's into
Titans,
the passion of the draft. No.
Titans, Vikes,
I mean,
Steelers still got
we're moving
Najee
on.
Harris in their sights for Austin.
We don't think the Steelers will actually take Najee, right?
I suspect it. If JOK is there, I think he's going to be the pick. But if he's not, and even with him on the board, I still think there's a solid chance that Najee goes.
I mean,
I
I could see JOK going now.
I could see it
I
too,
think
to
they
be
go
honest.
more.
Well,
There's so much smoke about them
there's-
doing Elijah
there's-
Moore here. I think that's who they're going to go.
AJ Brown's pushing for it.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet.
actually-
Although I mean,
I've
he's not
actually
going to be
need that
an
slot wide
alpha
receiver,
regardless. So
I've actually seen Bateman mocked more than Elijah Moore to Tennessee.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are we even sure they take a wide receiver this early? This deep
The
of a
most
class?
the most mocked
so
one
bad,
is
though.
the most mocked one is Aziz Ojulari.
Yeah, but I just heard that they just redid those medicals or whatever. Like they had like a second round of medicals, and it was reported that Ojulari has a degenerative lower leg condition of some sort.
Oh
no!
So I'm thinking that Ojulari falls pretty far here now.
That sucks.
Yeah. Which sucks. I think he's awesome from the clips.
Freaking Georgia just like has the worst medicals ever of all time. Just,
another guy I stashed in C2C IDP.
The next highest defensive player is Jalen Phillips.
He's gone.
Phillips already went.
He's gone. Okay, well there we go.
I could see JOK being the pick here. I mean, they're not that great at the linebacker position.
Yeah.
I mean, not,
linebackers.
Oh, Matt Miller coming in hot with what he says it is.
Oh Lord.
What did he say?
No, I'm not watching.
He says Venmo him, and the money totally goes to I don't want to get sued. Caleb Farley is who he says the pick is. We've got a lot of attorneys on staff. We're fine.
That was great. Jesus.
Whoa. So the Titans do take Caleb Farley out of Virginia Tech.
Huh, okay.
They did. I mean, it's a good pick. They got rid of their entire secondary.
They love those crazy athletes at corner.
You got to worry about his injury history, but I mean, what does that look like from an IDP perspective? Like, is Farley a guy that we're interested in, even with his injury history?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Yeah, because the rookie corners tend to get targeted a lot, so they'll get a lot of tackle opportunities right away. So they tend to be pretty good IDP options, but for the most part, cornerbacks are. I mean, you can fill them in at any point, based on matchups and things. So I'm not. Yeah, I don't tend to.
Point. I never really thought about rookie corners being targeted so much, so that way they get more tackle opportunities.
They do. Yep.
Interesting take.
Man, that's why we need IDP specialists. Guys, can we just talk about how awesome Trey Lance to San Francisco is? And Fields to Chicago. They're both incredible spots. I love it.
Yeah, QB2 Trey Lance is the official name for him currently. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Wait, what?
QB2 Trey Lance is his official title.
QB2 Trey Lance.
We don't have. I mean, last year we got really lucky that pretty much all the top guys went to really nice landing spots. There wasn't a lot of guys that went to awful places. It seems like we're having that luck again this year. Is there anybody outside of maybe Devonta Smith that we hate their landing spot as an offensive skill guy? I
just hate Devonta Smith, so it didn't matter where.
So there you go. If you had to burn that one, whatever.
I don't love the Giants for Kadarius Toney. I think he could be unlocked.
I don't love
somewhere
anyone
else.
for Kadarius Toney.
And I think
CFL would have been better.
You kept a straight face for a pretty long time.
Waddle going to Miami as well. So.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic.
I mean, Waddle crushed as a freshman, with Tua there. So
you just hope that Tua is Tua. I mean, you just hope he's as good as he's supposed to be. I don't even think
he has to be that good with the way they can use Waddle in that offense. I don't think Tua. I think that's why Waddle fits perfectly there. Tua doesn't have to go deep to him. With as good as Waddle is after the catch, he can hit him in the short area. They can use him in the run game.
Oh yeah,
that's why I wanted Waddle to go there.
Yeah, I mean, his decision-making and stuff just was not great. I mean, he just was slow to pull the trigger, but maybe with his guy, maybe it'll be better. So we had two teammates from last year, quarterback to receiver this year. That's kind of interesting.
Do we think Tua forgives Jalen Waddle for saying he likes
Mac
Jones more?
I mean, it's just the truth. Mac Jones was better than him. I mean, let's just be honest. Statistically.
Yikes.
I'm gonna make the assumption that they were all in one giant group chat, and Tua was like, "Yeah, just talk them up. Who gives a shit? I'm already in the NFL."
You know what? That
actually makes a lot of sense.
Don't believe that is true. What was I listening to today? I think it was a 247 podcast. Those two actually did not really like each other, and Jalen Hurts wasn't really a big fan of either one of them either. There was apparently a lot of contention in that quarterback room. Mostly because I believe what the guy said was up until this year, they all felt like Mac Jones was immature with the jokes and the pranks that he would play. And Tua Tua was always just to himself. He didn't want to be bothered by anybody else. He just kind of wanted to do his own thing. And Jalen Hurts was always pissed, I guess, that they brought in Tua and Tua replaced him in the national championship game when he felt he was better than Tua. So it caused a lot of rift between all of them.
Interesting.
Yeah, I listened to that this morning, so it was there was a whole thing about it. So
yeah, I heard that.
Don't believe
a couple days ago.
Yeah, I don't believe that they were in a group text together. No, maybe Waddle and Smith and those guys were. I don't think Mac Jones and Tua are.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not the quarterbacks then.
I truly I do think that they believe that just because. I don't know. I've always said I think Tua is a little bit overrated. I don't think he's as good as the stats he put up in college. Just like, I'll be honest, I think the same thing about Mac Jones. Mac Jones, if you look at his stats this last year, you would think just looking at the stats he put up an elite year, right? I don't think he's an elite quarterback. I don't think Tua is as good as the stats show he did it put up in college. So,
I mean, I think you could say the exact same thing about Mac Jones, though.
I just said that, though. I did. I said if you looked at the stats, you would say he had an elite year, right? And I don't think he's as good as his year showed. I agree with that. I said I agree with both of those. I think the argument is you guys think I think Mac Jones is elite, and I don't think that. I just think he's being devalued is all. He's clearly okay.
Do you think he's a system quarterback?
I do, yes. And
because you just said earlier that a system QB can be the GOAT, so
they can be, and I think he could be the GOAT there in New England when Bill Belichick hangs on for like another 20 years.
Mac Jones the GOAT. That's what I heard.
He's going to be when he wins 7 championships. Yeah,
Mac Jones is going to be the GOAT. Tweet it out.
Okay.
Well, hey, why not? Felix has already misquoted me on Peyton Manning, so why not just keep throwing me under the bus?
I direct quoted you. You said.
That's not what I said. He is Peyton Manning at the worst part of his career. You conveniently left that part off.
Wait. You said he is Peyton Manning, right?
At the worst part of his career, yes. That's the quote. It's okay. You can go all TMZ on me and misquote me and throw me in the mud. That's all right.
Hey, Roger Goodell is so brave. He's where's the draft this year? Isn't it in Cleveland? Can you imagine being in Cleveland and not wearing a mask? That is crazy. He's just sitting there talking.
Heyo.
Was Caleb Fairley wearing? How do I get? Was Caleb Fairley wearing gun holsters? Did anybody catch that?
So I tweeted about Caleb Fairley, and I needed Austin's take on what he was wearing because he's our.
He was wearing
gun holsters.
I just responded.
So
is that
Austin,
a new fashion trend?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on his fashion tonight?
That dude doesn't even look like an NFL player, man.
Who, Mac Jones?
No, Caleb Farley.
He looks.
I don't know what that was.
Not a good look. Not a good look for draft night. You got these guys like custom
I'm going to see if I can.
Holiday Inn.
I will say I tweeted earlier, and it's the only tweet I've done tonight that got literally no likes or anything on Twitter.
Man, Baldinger looks
like
rough.
Like 85 to 90% of these guys are wearing the double-breasted suit. When did that come back into style? Did I miss that? I guess
Whoa.
It never left.
Apparently.
Don't listen. If you've never been to City Slicker Shoes in Detroit or right outside of Detroit, don't hate on the double-breasted.
I'm not hating. I'm just saying everybody's been wearing one. More so than I can remember in years past.
So people are calling Caleb Farley vegan Ben Simmons based on his look tonight.
That's funny.
He takes fashion tips from Lil Nas X or something.
The chain was bad too. Like nothing there. They get rid of the beard. I don't know what the fuck the shirt is, the chain.
Watch Caleb Fairley come and eat you up, Austin. He's sitting there talking shit.
I mean, he can whoop my ass. I'm not going to deny that. If I could only critique people that couldn't whoop my ass, I couldn't critique anybody. So it's not a long list.
The Vikings pick is in, Jarek.
Pick is in.
What do you want, Jarek?
I don't even know what they need.
I'm thinking they go defensive end or tackle, one of the two. That's what they need. But what if they took like Bateman or
Kyle Trask?
We don't want another a lesser Kirk Cousins.
I think they're more well run than that.
I guess you could take Bateman, and eventually he fills in for.
Thielen's getting aged.
Yeah,
Dershaw.
That's a nice pick.
Dershaw.
That's
Do you
who it
guys
is.
still have the Lions? Riley Reef, is Riley Reef still running around there for the Vikings?
I think.
No, he's on the Bengals.
I think.
Bengals.
Yeah. That's who they wanted to replace at pick 5. And
What does Goodell's button say outside of the COVID? Like, what does it say in like the silver underneath it? Has anybody caught that yet tonight?
I suck. I don't know.
Kick me. Somebody kick me. Sign up.
Kick me.
I honestly haven't been able to read it.
Haven't seen it.
I will say the one pick here that for the Steelers, since they're on the clock here, that I haven't mentioned tonight, Tevin Jenkins could also be the pick here.
Yeah,
it's going to be one of those three.
Mauler, isn't he?
Yeah, it's going to be Tevin Jenkins, JOK, or Najee in my
and then you've got the Jags, who could probably use an O lineman, so maybe they take Taven. And then you have Cleveland.
This is just Khalil Herbert tape. The fuck are we watching?
Yeah,
This is just Khalil Herbert tape.
Does anyone have any takes on Darius? I have no clue what to think as a Vikings fan.
He's good.
I've seen him get mocked in the first. It's not a reach.
Yeah, he definitely gets mocked in the first. Yeah,
that's good. Usually, tackle
is Felix talking?
Is
nobody there wearing a mask. What the fuck? He's an idiot. He's an idiot. So
I said, someone just fake it. Someone just fake a Christian Darrisaw take. Like, just act like you've watched all of his games. I mean, that's easy. That's very easy to do.
Yeah, if he's mocked in the first
really
round,
good offensive line name. That's an offensive lineman name. Classic name, elite name.
Pittsburgh pick is already in.
Oh shit! We fucking ran to the podium for that.
Yeah, something's happening.
Maybe they're taking.
They ran to that podium as fast as I'm about to run to this bridge. See it?
Oh, I've already seen the pick, Austin. I won't spoil it for you. I'll let you see it on your own.
Do I need the bridge?
You guys got a fast. God. Now we know who pays for television service, because you got a lot faster than mine, Chris.
I don't see the Steelers pick.
That was the biggest thing about the pandemic is you saw who the fuck paid for internet for good internet with all these damn Zoom meetings.
That's for sure.
Like, look at this blurry.
Yep, the bridge. Here it comes.
They take Najee?
Yep.
Fuck yes. Good.
I mean,
glad.
For fantasy, it's pretty cool.
But for fantasy, it's a great.
It's not, because our line still isn't good. That's the problem.
Yeah, Najee.
Najee's not a line proof
going
line.
in the first round last year, except for one, and Najee going at 18 in this pick.
So
not great, Bob.
This is an interesting pick, right? So, Austin, you are the resident fan. What do you think Najee's upside is in an offense where the offensive line is struggling?
I don't think he's offensive line dependent, but I don't think he's so good that like he's one of those guys you just plop him into any team, even if they have the world's worst offensive line and he produces. I really don't. And the Steelers, for what it's worth, we don't have like a garbage offensive line. It's a really good pass blocking line. It's not a great run blocking line. The center, we just lost Pouncey. He retired. We don't have a left tackle that I'm convinced of on the roster. And I think, they like the guards. DeCastro's awesome. He was a little dinged up last year. I still think he has a couple years left. But then you have Dotson at the other guard spot. We took him in, I think, the 4th or 5th round or something last year. He's good. He's a bit of a mauler, but it's not like he's not upgradable. So if you have 3 spots on the offensive line conservatively that you're concerned about, I don't think a running back is going to plug that hole for you. Like, I would rather... The problem is it's such a shallow draft there. Like, I don't know what the solution to that problem would have been. Like, do you just take a bunch of offensive linemen and then just take a running back in like the 7th? Because I don't think there's a starting capable running back on the roster before this. I really don't. Between McFarland and Benny Snell, I don't think either of them are starting caliber running backs. But This is just not a good pick. And to me, and this is like the whole thing with Najee. I like Najee Harris. He got a 3rd round grade reportedly last year from the committee. Was he that much better this year? I don't think so.
No.
He was still fine. I have him graded worse than I had J.K. Dobbins last year, who went mid-second.
It's just a weaker running back class.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
okay.
a much weaker running back class.
So if we think this is a weaker running back class, what do we – so pivot to Jarek. I don't know what your takes are on running backs, but does it concern you that Najee stays last year? And what do you think of this pick from an analytics perspective?
Yeah, it's so it's mildly concerning, not as much as like a wide receiver staying till their 4th year. Like the hit rates don't change that drastically, but you want to see them come out after their 3rd year and declare early, and not ideal. He also, I don't think, had the best yards created by Graham Barfield. I think he was below average. A lot of his line did most of the work for him, as you can imagine from being in Alabama, and he still didn't create many yards past his offensive line, or like I think it was like in the 30th or 50th percentile, somewhere in there, but not great, not great. So I don't like a running back in the 1st round ever in NFL terms, but I don't know, it's tough.
I'm working on a guest to talk about this pick.
Is it Najee Harris?
I mean,
my guess would be it's Sam Holt.
I hope not, because we just said a lot of mean things. Well, not so super kind things about Najee.
I'll shit on him to his face. It's fine. I'm not going to run into him on the street.
Except you might in Pittsburgh.
I've only run into one Steeler on the street, and it was fine.
So does anyone else have a strong take on Najee?
I think it's a great pick. I think he's going to be just fine. I think he's got good vision. I think he's got good lateral speed. I know the offensive line sucks, but I don't think Big Ben's going to be there much longer. I think they want to build around the run more. I think that's why they got rid of, was it Finker? I don't know his name, Austin. What was the offensive coordinator last year? He's so upset he's not even listening to me anymore.
No,
Randy
I was.
Finkner?
I'm trying to remember his name.
I'm pretty sure it was Finkner, right? Randy Finkner or whatever. Big Ben's dude.
Finkner, yeah.
So, I mean,
now,
he was all about...
now it's Matt Canada.
He was all about passing the ball. I think Najee is going to be good for 3 or 4 years. I really do. I understand that the offensive line is not that good, but what he can do in the receiving game, and I think his vision is going to help him. And that AFC North is all about running the ball. And I really think that Najee is going to be just fine.
So non-Superflex leagues, dynasty leagues, you get your first running back.
He's 1-1 for me. He's 1-1.
I mean, let's Bruni. All right. Well,
I mean,
no,
okay.
We're not going to go.
ETN is the only other argument, right? As the top running back. I mean, people like Javonte. I mean, I have Javonte over ETN, but
let's just do a non-super flex mock draft. We'll start with Austin up in the left-hand corner and go to Alfred, me, and then Bruni will go. We'll just go around. So non-super flex rookie mock draft. You take anybody you want, anybody who's been taken or who hasn't been taken yet. Austin, who are you taking?
So I'll be honest, I've literally never played in a non-Superflex league. So like, I don't think I know what people say about it, but I don't have any strong opinions on this particular form of fantasy football. I would rather have ETN. I think Najee's going to struggle with a poor offensive line. And we have, until I see what happens the next 2 days, we have a poor run blocking offensive line. I would rather have ETN as my running back than Najee Harris with the Steelers. He'll get volume, but how effective is that volume going to be? I don't know.
Volume's king of fantasy, though. You're up, Alfred. You're muted.
Yeah,
Sure,
sorry.
Alfred.
So we went Najee number 1, and this is a non-super flex mock right here.
No, we didn't go Najee with number 1.
He went ETN. He went ETN.
Number 1 without even knowing if he's a first-round pick? Okay.
Yep.
I am taking Najee just for the volume. I mean, there's no one there. They're going to give him 20 touches a game. I don't care if he's not an athlete. I mean, they think he is, and he's going to get 20 touches, and they're going to throw it to him. I'm fine with it.
I think my pick here is between. There's actually a lot here at 103. I think you could take a quarterback if you would take Trevor Lawrence if you wanted to. If you felt safe about it, you could take Kyle Pitts. You could take Jamar Chase. I think the value at the position right now is at Jamar Chase. So, is it? I think that's right. So I'm going to take Jamar Chase at number 3. Let's go, Brony. Number 4.
As much as I love the landing spot for Waddle, Moxley, I think, brought it up. We were talking about it earlier. 2 is the one thing that scares me with Waddle. So give me Kyle Pitts, transcendent talent there at the tight end position. I still think Matt Ryan has a few more years left in him. Having guys like Julio and Calvin Ridley on the outside, I think is going to open up things in the middle for Kyle Pitts. So I will take Kyle Pitts there at 4.
Not bad. I think I will take Javonte Williams then, just purely because of running back value. I'm just going to stick with that.
All right, I'll take Elijah Moore then. So I still think he's the best player on the board right now, offensively, as far as a fantasy production standpoint. So I will take Elijah Moore. Well, maybe
Jarek and Dwight. No thought of just being safe. I know it's not sexy, but just taking Trevor Lawrence at this pick.
No,
in one QB, no. They're so replaceable that you don't even need. I wouldn't take him in the first round. I don't think.
Nope. Colin.
Okay, that's me. I didn't know if we were going me or Mox. So wait, Dwight, who did you just take?
Elijah Moore.
Elijah Moore. That's an easy one for me. Jalen Waddle. I would have taken Jalen Waddle.
Oh, geez, that was an oversight.
First, maybe. I don't love any of the running backs in this class, so I'd in a non-superflex, non-tight end.
We just had Travis Etienne go off the board.
What?
Suck it, J-Rob stands.
What?
Yeah, I am
crazy, Jack.
I feel so vindicated.
Man,
I am
that's
so
how you
excited.
get into the recliner.
Good day. Sit in the recliner.
I hate that pick, dude.
I don't like that pick.
I do not like that landing spot at all.
So I traded my only J-Rob share for a 2023 first this season. And that's going to be probably like the Bijan, Tank, Gibbs, Bryce Young, DJU, that class. This is the advantage of C2C, folks. I already knew these guys are going to be coming up in 2023. I traded off an undrafted free agent rookie who had a phenomenal year. And, now I'm looking at one of these top-end talents when they come into the league.
I get that Urban feeds his running backs, but I don't think this is at all the scheme for Travis Etienne. I don't think J-Rob's going away. I don't think that offensive line is good.
I don't think so either.
I really don't understand. Austin, why are you vindicated by him going here?
And this is like, you're just going to keep me spiraling as a Steelers fan that just took a running back in the first round. Robinson just proves quintessentially that running back doesn't matter because Robinson is not anything special. And that's not an offensive take because I think people all got up all in my shit when I said it about David Bell too. There are very few special guys. And then outside of that, at virtually any position, as long as you aren't a net negative, it doesn't matter. And running back is especially one of those positions where as long as you're not a net negative and you aren't special, it doesn't matter. It's a huge gap. It's 85% to 90% of the guys at that position fall into that net. And if you were trying to say that James Robinson didn't fall into that net, then I don't know what to tell you, but you're burying your head in the sand. I mean, you got him for free last year. If you didn't sell him this year, then you're a fool, in my opinion.
So they're showing the pieces of the puzzles of the Jaguars offense. They have Trevor Lawrence, James Robinson, Marvin Jones, DJ Chark. They didn't even put Laviska Shenault in the graphic. How are you that disrespectful?
Because it's ESPN, man. What do you expect? So
I was never a fan of Laviska Shenault's game at wide receiver. I thought he was a candidate to switch positions, but that's just me.
So the James Robinson talk is interesting, right? Like how. So to me, this was a case of fantasy gamers being overconfident in their ability to evaluate what an NFL team is going to do. To me, it was obvious. When I wrote an article 3 weeks ago on CanvasCanton.com, I said sell James Robinson because he was inefficient. He was 32nd in the league in yards per carry. He was 2.9, or he's 48th in the league with a 2.9% breakaway run rate. He was not efficient. He was not explosive. He was an okay athlete. He didn't exemplify efficiency. And then I said, okay, well, a new regime's coming in. They're going to want their own guy, right? So how overconfident are fantasy gamers at this point where they were promoting James Robinson and not accepting the risk? You didn't have to sell him for like a haul, but you could have sold him cheaply. I mean, I sold him for like the 107 in a couple spots, 110 in a couple spots. James Robinson is the exact case of you sell found money for a more solid asset. Like I just can't emphasize enough how poor dynasty players handled the James Robinson situation because everybody was in on J-Rob when they're not paying attention to how stupid NFL teams are. Like
Hey, Chris.
This was obvious to me. Yes.
Is there that big of a difference between Travis Etienne and James Robinson now, do you think?
I
think potentially, James Robinson could be a buy candidate. Because I don't know that he's
a late second, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Like you trade a second round pick and get James Robinson.
I would acquire him for a late second because I think handcuff running backs are valuable in Dynasty. I think that they serve a value because we know James Robinson could come in and serve as a feature back, right? So he's a valuable, very, very, very valuable backup. But there is no chance that Travis Etienne is not going to get all of the chance to lead that backfield in touches. I'm not sure.
Isn't that what they said about Rashad Penny taking around the same area?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not the biggest Travis Etienne fan either, but I would be shocked if he was.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just saying. I think James Robinson is a good player. I think he is demonstratively better than Etienne in the passing game and the receiving game. So he could be the third down back already. But I just wouldn't concede first and second down to Travis Etienne.
Well, she's in her room.
I think it's too late now for people who are trying to sell James Robinson. Like, obviously, right? Like, you missed your chance. You missed the boat. You fucked up. Bottom line. You should have sold the undrafted free agent when a new regime came in because that was obvious.
I think keeping him was a smart move, but I'm lower on Etienne than most. I don't think Etienne's going to be that successful.
I think you have to keep him now, though. You cannot trade him.
Now you do.
He's still a good running back
in
an open situation, and he has talent. Like, you hold him now, and you just say, okay, I like James Robinson, but at the end of the day, like.
So here's the thing on this, and this is a legitimate question for you guys.
Ooh, I like that pick. That is not where I thought they were going to go.
Last year, I had Etienne graded as my third running back overall in the class. It was smack between DeAndre Swift and Cam Akers. Cam Akers was my RB4. Do we think Etienne is a worse player than Cam Akers, who's carved out his own role on the Rams? And it's a very similar situation. Yes. I don't think he is.
That's where you had him graded. A lot. I don't think I didn't have. I had him. I would have had him below Akers. I just don't. Again, but you know this. We've had discussion. I think Etienne's vision is not.
He's a souped up version of Akers, though. I don't think Akers does anything better than he does.
Akers is way more. Etienne measured in at 215, but Etienne plays at like 205. Like Etienne does not play at 215, and Akers plays at a feature back size. Akers' production in college in the context of the Florida State offense was so much more impressive than from a yards created perspective, which Graham Parker tracks, was just so much more productive. Like, I don't think Akers and Etienne are even in the same tier. And I don't even dislike Etienne all that much. I just think Akers was like a very special talent. And he just kind of like fell behind in the context of the 2020 draft.
I think I'm just spiraling because Najee was my RB6 last year. I think I'm just spiraling at this point.
Oh,
Maybe
the
I
first
need to
round
go
pick for the
ahead.
Steelers? That guy?
That guy. Yes, that one.
So the ETN.
What's up, Matt?
ETN's an interesting pick. Do you want to talk about the pick for the Browns, Matt?
Well, yeah, because then I actually have to go. It's already 10:30. I was hoping to jump out of here at like 10 o'clock, but I love it. I mean, now you get him. If Greedy Williams ends up being a bust, which is very possible, he has not played dealing with the nerve issues. You get a guy like Newsome here across from Denzel Ward. You're getting shit. Why can't I think of the safety? They Del Pitt now in the backfield. They brought in that one guy for Johnson in free agency.
John Johnson.
This secondary is all of a sudden very scary, and I like it. Having Myles Garrett there too, pressuring the quarterback. I mean, Andrew Berry just continues to be a fantastic general manager, and I'm excited to see what they do this year. Who else just left? I feel like someone else just left too. Oh, Dwight.
Dwight's been popping out periodically.
He pieced out. He said, "Take care, guys. Been a lot of fun."
So who's all gonna we'll do some housekeeping thing here real quick. Who is all gonna be here tomorrow? Me, Colin, Chris, Jarrett.
Yep.
What do you mean? You're shaking your head. No, you're supposed to be the one who's got like Walden.
You're
and all these guys
interviewing.
coming.
You're interviewing
I'm just
half of our.
joking. Yeah, I'll be.
You're
I'll
interviewing
be
half our lineup.
I'll be.
All right.
I'll be there.
Then I'm out because I got to be up at 3 o'clock. And my bad, Matt. I was supposed to send him that link like 2 hours ago, and I completely forgot. So
Oh no.
it's been a bad day. I had people bailing out of dynasty leagues all of a sudden, and people shitting on Mac Jones in my presence. Justin Fields went to the Bears. It's just been a bad night. I'm not happy.
That's all right. I was spending some time wandering around, wondering why Denver spent $100 million on their secondary and free agency, only to draft a cornerback in the first round.
All right, you got this, Austin.
Matt, who?
Well, go ahead.
Austin.
Yeah, I'll be here till the
Austin's-
end. Yeah, I'm holding it down.
All right, guys. Later.
Matt,
I'm not even being that
tomorrow.
cranky. I'm being great.
Who's
wine
quarterback
on
two
Brown.
now that we have all the 5 quarterbacks taken?
It's Trey Lance, and anything otherwise is fake news.
Fields.
No, I
How
still
about,
like
how
Fields.
about you guys shut up and let Matt, who just entered the room, discuss, answer the question?
I was directing that question.
Yes.
I did. I did say
that
Matt.
wasn't
What
very clear.
I saw
I said
Fields.
Matt. Who's quarterback two? I mean,
I saw Fields as number 2.
Thank
I mean,
okay.
immediately after they took Trey Lance, they said, "Well, it's good because he won't have to play for 2 years." And I thought,
Yeah.
well,
So I mean, you get your
it's
first
awesome.
time being wrong on the live stream, Matt. So we all get our first shot being wrong. So I was wrong to rank. I'm gonna have to look at my quarterback rankings because Trey Lance is definitely number 2. Who number 3 and 4 are? Is Justin Fields in a much better position than Zach Wilson?
Yes.
I don't know. No, I don't. You're because you're looking at the helmet. You're scouting the helmet right now, Austin.
What do you
If
mean?
you look
I'm
at
scouting the helmet?
you're scouting the helmet. You're scouting the situation. If you look at the situations neutrally and not consider, it's the Jets. I think it's.
I don't think the Jets. We talked about this, and you weren't on the air. The problem is, I don't think the Jets have an alpha on their roster at all. And you can't, at this point in the draft, you can't fix that situation. There is no alpha left in this draft besides maybe Terrace Marshall. You have a bunch of wide receiver 2s, wide receiver 3s. The Bears at least have Allen Robinson. And I think,
isn't the savior Rashad Bateman still on the board? I mean,
all things, I don't have him as graded as an alpha, but in all things being equal, I think Fields, like the Bears offensive line isn't that great. I don't think Fields needs a great offensive line. I really, really don't. In fact, I think he actually might use his rushing ability a little bit more now that he's not sitting behind a brick wall.
Justin Fields is interesting because I think his weakness, and this is something that I'm forgetting his name from the Draft Network, former quarterback. I can't remember his
Kyle
name.
Krabs,
but no, the black guy. Justin Fields is
That's
a.
Jordan
There's
Reed.
only one. There's only one at the Draft
Network.
Network.
Jordan Reed?
Jordan Reed. Yes, Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed has called Justin Fields a perfectionist. And it's not that he is slow in processing. It's just that he is so deliberate in processing for the reason of he doesn't want to make a bad decision, doesn't want to turn the ball over. And if he could speed up, I guess it's not just what he's seeing, but in the confidence that he has in making his decision, that he's going to be fine. But I agree with you. Like, how is it that this 230-pound running back who runs allegedly a 4.4 flat doesn't have a better rushing season than Trevor Lawrence? How is that not the case? How is it that he can give up 7 seconds coverage sacks if he's that good of an athlete? I would have hoped that Justin Fields went to an offense where we were sure that they were going to unlock his potential. But, I mean, it's Chicago. I don't think we know that. I don't think that we know that that's the place where he can where they can unlock his potential. So anyway, all that being said, I'm taking Trey Lance too. He has just as good. He has the. Oh, Chris is calling timeout. Trey Lance. I'm still taking Trey Lance number 2. And then it's a toss-up between Zach Wilson and Justin Fields for quarterback 3.
Trey Lance is QB2. But speaking of wide receiver 2, Rashad Bateman just went off the board to the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, what do we think about this? Let's go to Matt first, since Matt hasn't been on as long as the rest of us have tonight. Let's get some more Matt takes. What does this do for Bateman, in your opinion?
Well, Baltimore needed to work on their passing game, not just probably adding receivers, but hoping that Lamar Jackson can actually find the receivers. I liked Bateman coming into the draft. I'm not super pumped about this landing spot.
It's a question of volume for me. And that's why I think the people that just flat out say that the Ravens have never had a wide receiver 1, I think both sides of the aisle underestimate the other. Where if your side is, the Ravens have never had a wide receiver 1, that may be true. But if you're on the other side where it's, well, the Ravens are never going to give them volume, I think that's also possibly true. The truth lies probably somewhere in the middle of those two, right?
Yeah.
So here, I think saying Bateman loses substantial value because of this is I don't know. I don't really buy that. I think it's kind of like fading AJ Brown a couple of years ago, where we just kept dropping him down boards because of the situation. We said, it's just not very good. I believe in Rashad Bateman's profile. I think he's a great wide receiver. I think he has a separation. I think he has the release. I think he has all of those things that align from an analytics perspective and a film perspective to really create a really great wide receiver. I know the situation isn't perfect. It isn't, right? But I don't think this kills Rashad Bateman, and I'm fine keeping him where I had him. He went in the first round. I will keep him as a wide receiver 2. But he did it, and I am willing to accept that situations change. So, on the spot, right? They could have a lot more passing volume. Oh, Felix has got the timeout. All right, Felix.
Well, you think they could have a lot more passing volume?
I think it could change
compared to last year.
Yeah,
it's possible.
Well, so last year, Hollywood Brown had 100 targets. Andrews had 88. The next highest receiver in targets was 48.
I think Bateman immediately comes in and comes to 1, though.
But could that be because they didn't really have good receivers? They didn't have anyone to run the offense through. And so,
well, hold on. In 2019, the thing that made Baltimore such a dynamic offense was efficiency, not pass volume, whatever. They lost Marshall Yanda, a Hall of Fame, maybe a first ballot Hall of Fame guard. Then they just traded Orlando Brown to the Chiefs. So they're losing pieces of their offensive line. Are we confident that Lamar Jackson is going to be, all right, he's no longer going to be the efficient runner. He's no longer going, just be a part of an efficient offense. He's just going to carry one or two wide receivers to fantasy relevance. I'm not prepared to make that statement. So for that reason, I don't care if Rashad Bateman goes into Baltimore and gets, 120 targets. That Baltimore offense is losing pieces that made it what it was, and that's the offensive line. So
Rashad Bateman, to me, with 120 targets in Baltimore, is a wide receiver 2, and that's a hit for me at least. I think that is enough for me to keep him where I have him. It's not a good landing spot. I mean, objectively, right? Like it's Baltimore, right? Lamar Jackson is not a prolific passer. They're not a prolific passing offense, but I believe in Rashad Bateman as the player. So I am not going to discount him because I think situations can change. So I'm just if I'm in a Rashad Bateman, I don't feel like I should be discounting him because of the offense. And I brought up the AJ Brown situation earlier. Like, I think it's the same corollary where you just keep pounding talent, and if anything changes, you have the player that you should have. And if you believe in talent, then you accept that you just draft him.
And this is probably a question for Austin because, Chris, I know that you're high on Rashad Bateman as an analytics guy. But let's say Rondale Moore goes to the Packers in round 2. And considering, let's say hypothetically that Aaron Rodgers is going to be there. Who do you feel more confident about? Rondale Moore with the Green Bay Packers? Austin, this is to you. Or Rashad Bateman with the Baltimore Ravens. And you're muted, so
we have this little side chat here that we're talking about this in right now. We're all debating this. So I still have Rondale Moore just pure grade wise as my wide receiver 2 in this class. It's close between him and Waddle for that 2 spot, and Chase is slightly ahead of them. I had Bateman was my wide receiver 5 coming into today. I don't believe on shifting things based on landing spots. So Bateman is still my wide receiver 5. Rondale Moore is still my wide receiver 2. Now, if Rondale Moore falls to like very late day 2, then we would start having a discussion because then the draft capital starts coming into play more than landing spot per se. But this doesn't change my perception of these guys at all. And I just want to toss this out there because I said this about David Bell last week, and I think it also applies to Rashad Bateman. David Bell is not a special player. Rashad Bateman is not a special player. He's fine. He's a solid player. He can be a wide receiver 2 in the NFL. He is not a special player. I'm not going to go break the bank to go get Rashad Bateman, even if he landed in the best of landing spots, personally.
We need to hear from Jarek because Jarek just made the saddest face I could imagine when Austin said he wasn't a special player.
That's because, and I can tell you why, and I'm going to let Jarek speak for himself, is because the magic numbers say that Rashad Bateman is this elite player, but it would have said the same thing about Tyler Johnson, if not more so. And, tell me which part of that I have wrong, Jarek.
Well, if Tyler Johnson declared early and was a first-round pick, then we'd have the ability to compare them. Tyler Johnson, I don't think, had the freshman season that Bateman did either. Bateman came in, and even though Tyler Johnson was already the solidified target hog on the team, he still broke out with great numbers in his freshman year and then continued it even further in his sophomore year and just destroyed. He still did well in his junior year, even after COVID took its impact on him. And he's done nothing but dominate on the field at levels that I'd argue were similar to Chase dominating on the field, just with less volume because the team sucked.
I'm going into Jarek's visualization tour right now to
that's
compare Tyler Johnson and Rashad Bateman. We're all frantically.
Do you have
we're
it?
Like Gettleman over here.
Rashad Bateman was one of the best wide receivers through 2 years in, I don't know, recent memory. Would you say, Jarek?
Yeah,
like his
sure.
production was phenomenal. Like
he's fine, but again, PJ Fleck offense with another wide receiver for the first 2 years to take a little bit of the pressure off of him. I just watch him, and I think he's fine. Like, again, I don't think he's a bad player, and I think when people hear you say this kind of things about a player they really like, they automatically just think you absolutely hate this person. It's the same thing with David Bell. I think they're good players, but to say that they're like, I just don't think he's special at all. I don't watch him and see a single thing that I think is special about him. I think he's fine. I don't think he changes an offense. I don't think you draft him and he automatically into a run first offense and he gets 120 targets. I don't think he's that level of player. I just don't think that.
I think he's fine as well, but I think he's like fine, like it's a little bit different. I'm a Rashad Bateman fan. I think that there's just like a fundamental disagreement on how much we trust the numbers. And so I don't know if that gap can ever be bridged between us, but I do think that
of the guys I have in front of him, though, other than Devonta Smith, who I have him basically tied with, there's arguments numbers wise for all of them except for Waddle to be, and even Waddle had a solid freshman year. Rondale had the big freshman breakout, and Jamar Chase had that huge second year. So if you look at the numbers, it depends. You're saying that, but I think it depends mostly on what you're valuing and how you're interpreting a little bit, right?
To an extent. So I think consistency over multiple years is also important. So I'm a Jalen Waddle fan, right? Like Jalen Waddle's first year was awesome, and I think that matters. But Rashad Bateman did it twice, and I think that's important because a guy like Rondale Moore couldn't stay healthy, and he's not going to go in the first, probably. And so like all these factors kind of combine into Bateman's profile into a guy that I think is underrated from a film perspective, but matches what we're looking for from an analytics perspective. And him going in the first kind of confirms that from what I'm thinking. Like, I thought he was going to go in the second. So him going in the first kind of confirms to me what I think about him. Like, I'm very happy with first round draft capital. I think that really helps his situation.
I brought up the magic line. So Tyler Johnson was not as good as Rashad Bateman in his freshman year, was a little bit better than Rashad Bateman in his second year, was substantially better than Rashad Bateman in his third year, and was kind of the same in his fourth year. But obviously, Rashad Bateman declared early. So, for what it's worth, that's what the tool says. So,
yeah, I do want to add that Rashad Bateman had a pretty dang good reception perception. Versus, I think this is versus success rate versus press coverage, 75% success rate versus press coverage. In 2019, he just destroyed. It was good. I think Matt Harmon likes him.
Wow, the Packers just spit in Aaron Rodgers' face and took a corner in the first round. What do we think about this?
He's gone.
Yeah.
What do they get for him now,
Yeah.
though? Does anybody have an idea of what you get for him after the first? At least some of the top teams in this draft could have leveraged a high first round pick that is guaranteed to be a quarterback. Now, what do you offer for him?
If I'm New Orleans, I'm throwing offering out there. Maybe a second, A
second for Aaron Rodgers? I mean, I get that Rodgers could legitimately retire, and we wouldn't, it's not as outlandish to think about as it was with Deshaun Watson, but a second for Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, what leverage does Green Bay have to get anything more than that?
Are you better off as the Packers, though, if you tell Aaron Rodgers to go pound sand by getting a second?
I mean, it's something.
I think you're better off calling the bluff than taking a second for him. Right? What else are you going to replace him with?
I mean,
the team's too good to be like. It's not like the team is a shell that if they lose Rodgers, they're the 101 next year.
They're not the 101, but
I don't think they're a top 5 pick.
They're not a playoff team by any means, and that depends a lot on what Jordan Love can actually do. I mean, Jordan Love was extremely raw coming out last year. Did he really learn that much in 1 year sitting there where we think he could lead an offense? Because outside of, him actually leading an offense and showing that he can, lead a team to success at all, I think that, Green Bay without Aaron Rodgers is likely a top 15 pick.
Sure, but is that enough to get Hal or Rattler? I mean, I get then you're betting on a Carson Strong or a Matt Corral or a Jaden Daniels or a JT.
Why are they
Daniels.
taking a QB at that point, though?
We had to replace him at some point. If you figure if they're a top 15 pick, the Jordan Love probably wasn't very good. These are the things you have to think about. Like,
I mean, it's 1 year with Love. I mean, I think they would give him more than that. I mean, they drafted him in the first round last year, so he has 5 years on that deal. I think they would give him more than just 1 year. I don't see them, even if Love doesn't look good, next year as the starter, if he is the starter, I still don't see them taking a QB immediately after that.
And in fairness, I mean, if they're going to take a pass catcher, I don't think that they're going to take a tight end at this point. So you're looking at wide receiver. You're talking about Eli Moore, Terrence Marshall. They're probably the closest things to first-round picks at this point. And who did they take at quarterback?
They took Stokes from Georgia at corner. Big athlete. I mean, really, really good athlete, but
that's a reach on him, though. I mean, I feel like that's a little high for him. But I think this pick signals to me that they're preparing for life without Rodgers. Like I think they're just saying, you know what, we're not trying to appease the franchise quarterback. We're ready to.
That's what all of their picks have seemed like for the entirety of his career. I mean, preparing for life.
That's why he wants to get out of there.
No kidding, right?
Although, to be fair, they did splash out a huge free agent contract on Aaron Jones, supposedly in part to appease Aaron Rodgers.
That's
what. So let's say that Aaron Rodgers is pissed off now. They doubled down and they told him to go F himself. What if he retires? What do you think happens to some of the Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones that we like so much in that offense? I'll toss it to Matt first.
That would be an incredible bummer. I mean, right now, Devontae Adams is about the number one wide receiver, but if you thought about going from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love, even if you're being optimistic about Jordan Love, you're dropping Devontae Adams quite a bit. Depends on what their offensive structure is for Aaron Jones. He's made a lot of his fantasy value on getting those goal line touchdowns. He's had a lot of touchdowns the last 2 years. If he doesn't have that many opportunities, that will inhibit him. He's going to drop some. I mean, that whole offense would drop some.
Yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts? I mean, I think that's the obvious take. Do either of those guys? Does Jones flourish if they focus on him? I mean, is that a hope?
The thing that I was thinking of is if Aaron Rodgers leaves, who would you rather have, Aaron Jones or Devontae Adams? And I think that it's Aaron Jones. Yeah, because part of Devontae Adams' appeal is the rapport that he has with Aaron Rodgers, and you take that away. First of all, I think they become more run heavy. They become lower passing volume overall, which means you want to take Aaron Jones, but I don't know that you want to have either of them because
it does probably help
Aaron
AJ
Jones'
Dillon.
appeal. Maybe because part of Aaron Jones' appeal is being used in the passing game, and you sub Jordan Love in there, and the offense is just not going to function the same, really, at all.
I think Adams. I think for that reason, exactly, Felix, that the offense isn't functioning the same level. Jones catch touchdowns, like Matt was saying, right? Like they get like slashed. Like I'm very wary of Aaron Jones in an offense that isn't supported by Aaron Rodgers. I think Devontae Adams can still thrive because he's going to be a target magnet, but he's not as touchdown reliant as a guy like Aaron Jones is, who just from the running back position, it matters, right? Like you can't really get beyond that. The secondary part of it is that if Rodgers does move on, like maybe Adams and Jones go join him on Jeopardy. Like they would be a good first contestant. Like I wouldn't hate it. I'm just saying.
I hope Aaron Rodgers, that he does get Jeopardy, And, I want to see him traded, but I want to see him traded to a team that has the potential to make him where he can go to a Super Bowl, where he can be at least a Super Bowl contender. He was that in Green Bay. Where else would he be that? There's only like 2 or 3 places. In the NFC, it's maybe San Francisco. In the AFC, maybe it's in the AFC. I actually don't think that there's a spot for him. Maybe Miami. Like if he went to Miami somehow, maybe Denver. Is Denver a contender with Aaron Rodgers at the helm?
I think so. I mean, we have 75 corners, so we're covered in the back end.
Greg Russo is at the Miami defensive end, just goes to the Buffalo Bills, which is about the most Buffalo Bills pick that the Buffalo Bills could make.
I may have missed it, but did you guys comment about the Saints pick? Did you see their pick?
Oh.
Peyton Turner, defensive end out of Houston.
That's why nobody talked about it, because
I was looking, I was like, am I reading this correctly? No wonder they wanted to trade up from 10 if that was their fallback pick.
Do you have a take on the 2 defensive selections we just saw?
Are you talking to me?
Matt, I think this.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not super surprised that Buffalo took a pass rusher. Makes some sense. Green Bay, I never really understand what they're doing with their draft. I mean, one could argue they wasted their top 3 picks last year. So
I'd argue that. Yep, definitely. I'm on that train.
I mean, I wonder how many people even remember that they took Josiah DeGora. It's their third-round pick. I don't think he's going to.
Excuse me, sir. I have Josiah DeGora rostered in one league.
I'm sorry.
Congratulations.
16 team.
Okay,
every year,
there we go.
Every year we hope the Packers are going to take a receiver, and it never happens.
Right.
But they never take a wide receiver in the first round.
They never
They're
take anyone
or second.
Or second.
Well, no, Jordy Nelson, the dude from Kentucky, Randall Cobb, Greg Jennings, Kalamazoo Central stand-up. I mean, those are all second-round picks. Austin, why do you hate it when I represent my state?
I don't know how you know all these people come from there.
I went to Greg Jennings High School. Like, how? What do you mean? I played with his brother. That's how I know. I played with Courtney Jennings.
Felix, we're all.
I went to Greg Jennings' house to pick up my prime date. That's how I know.
Was it his sister? What do you mean? You live in a commune? What are we talking about here?
It was his brother's girlfriend. I know that doesn't make any sense, but it was his brother's girlfriend that I went to pick up for our prom date. Yes, that's right.
Interesting anecdote. I think we might need to have a behind.
I can tell more about that story. I mean, I could.
Yes. So this is a behind-the-scenes look at Felix and Greg Jennings' relationship.
Oh.
So I went over there to pick up my prom date. I guess I'm a senior in high school. Everybody was a big fan of Greg's at my school because obviously we were. He and JC, Jerome Harrison, who played for the Browns, they played on the same team in high school. That team went to the playoffs for the first time in our high school's, long tenured history, whatever. Jason Babin, who went to the Philadelphia Eagles, was a first-round pick out of Western Michigan. Really close, a couple of years before Greg. I'm waiting for my prom date to come down or whatever so we can go, and I'm talking to Mr. Jennings, Greg's dad, and I'm like, yeah, we really think that Greg could do well. We think that he could go in the second round. And he essentially snapped at me saying that if Jason Babin could go in the first round, then how come Greg can't go in the first round because blah, 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 blah. Well, lo and behold, Greg went in the second round just like I said, even though he had a good career. But
that was your only score of the night with the Jennings family, though. Huh?
Yes, it was, because I dropped the girlfriend off immediately after.
Like a true gentleman.
She kept saying her brother was a first-round pick, and Felix was like, "You dummy."
Greg Jennings' brother was I was a quarterback my junior year in high school, and Courtney Jennings, who was bigger and quite frankly faster than Greg, was my wide receiver. He was a senior. So that's
Courtney, the sister. What are we talking about here?
Courtney, male.
Okay.
Courtney Jennings.
I was like, good for you for taking out the.
I didn't say the name of the prom date. So.
Okay.
So Felix, what year was Randall Cobb drafted? Because he was the last one on the Packers to be drafted in the first 2 rounds.
He has to be like.
Well, he was drafted after
or 12.
After Greg.
So 2011. So they haven't taken a wide receiver in the first 10 rounds or the first 2 rounds in the last 10 years. So if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm also probably a little pissed. I'm probably not very happy. I'm saying
it's not that hard to toss a bone to your franchise quarterback one time. And I guess they did it with Aaron Jones, like Matt said earlier. But like, that's the concession that you make.
No, you can't.
You overpaid a running back
that you drafted in the 5th round who deserved the contract that he got. I mean, that's
right.
Yeah, I don't know how much of a bone that is, but they still got the 2nd round here. I mean, damn.
Look,
So
pretty soon they'll have Jordan Love, they'll have Drew Lock, they'll have Denver's next 3 first-round picks, and they'll have a lot of time to think about where they went wrong.
Yeah,
they can have Melvin Gordon while we're at it. Just
You're so altruistic.
I'm a giver. They can have Bryce Callahan in the one game he'll play for them this year.
And the Ravens make their selection. Jason Owe.
Okay.
Who?
Jason Owe, D end at Penn State. Uber athlete.
What is it with these Penn State guys, Colin? What are you guys feeding them down there? Little boys?
Steroids.
Just grass-fed Angus beef. That's all it is.
They like the Angus down there, don't
they? Lots of fruits and veggies too. They drink their 2% milk every day. Just kind of wanted to try to steer the conversation away from that, but I did a terrible job. If anybody else wants to hop in and help, that'd be fantastic.
I don't have a hot take, but does anyone feel very confident about Owe to the Ravens? That's their second. That's the pick they got from the Orlando Brown deal from the Chiefs.
The Ravens actually haven't drafted the first round that great lately.
Well, yeah, they took Hayden Hurst. So
I see Rob's. Rob, are you from West Michigan?
Well, if he was, you'd probably know him. So I don't know. I think I doubt it.
Rob's. I know Rob. Rob's awesome. Rob is from. Well, I don't know where he's from, but he's from Michigan. I know. I call him one of the Detroit boys. So okay. I don't know where he's from. Rob, I don't know where you're from, but Rob's cool. I like Rob.
Okay.
Agreed. Okay, I just have to throw this out there. Urban Meyer. Okay, we're going to the ETN pick. Urban Meyer referred to Robinson and Hyde as the 1-2 punch, and we want to be top 8 in the league. And with James Robinson, Hyde, and ETN, we think we're there. And they see ETN as the 3rd down guy.
I forgot they picked up Hyde.
What in the hell?
If that's the
yeah,
process,
that doesn't. He's not even. That's
good God.
That
Travis Etienne is their pass catcher.
You could have just waited 5 rounds and taken Javian Hawkins.
They're going to use Etienne like Jamal Charles was used, and then they're going to be upset when they realize Etienne can't really catch passes. Sorry,
we all know already.
Yeah, right.
I don't ever want to hear people talk about how, like, you hear a lot of storyline. There are people that go on Twitter and they call Twitter analysts stupid because we don't defer to NFL front offices enough. And I'm just like that argument blows my mind every time I hear it. Seriously, we've seen like 8 exhibits of it tonight. Like just stupid the whole way down the line. Like
speaking of dumb, do the Buccaneers take another wide receiver or another running back at this point in time?
Either would
What
be
running
amazing.
back would they take? Oh, Javante. Which
that'd be so sad.
The Bucks took Joe Tryon as the final pick of the first.
I
Come
need
on,
to get
man.
out of the skill position players because
Who's that?
Those are names.
Ruining all the mystery
Washington,
here.
University of Washington edge. He didn't play last year.
Okay.
Is that a good pick for the first, or is that a reach? I haven't seen him mocked. I don't
It's the
remember.
32nd pick. I mean, it's whatever. I don't know.
I
did see a little bit of chatter the past week or two as like a potential first round guy.
All right, we're gonna get out. That's the 32nd pick. We're gonna get out of here. Who the fantasy relevant? Who's the best available? Matt Fox. Who's the best available?
Javonte Williams.
I agree with you. Let's see. Let me look at the
Rondale.
Yeah, I would probably. It's close for me, but I would probably have Rondale ahead of Javonte. Now, if Rondale does go late, then that would probably flip those for me. But assuming that Rondale gets like midday 2 capital, I feel comfortable with him ahead of Javonte.
I think it's Elijah Moore.
Well, I was looking for the second round draft order, and it's not coming up because all anybody cares about is the first round.
Well, Jacksonville's the first pick. The first couple of picks are the same, and then when you start getting, for some reason, it seems like they flip a couple of positions.
Yeah, if you have
the first 3 were Jacksonville, the Jets, and then I think the Falcons.
So we still believe that Javonte Williams is a first round pick,
and
super flex, non-super flex. He's still a first round consideration, we should say. Is there a spot if he's taken that it might launch him ahead of ETN, maybe ahead of Chase? Is there a spot where you all would like to see him where he could surpass those guys?
I mean, no.
I mean, you figure his best shots early in the second are the Jets, where there's little competition with only Tevin Coleman and LaMichael P. Ryan, or the Falcons, where there's Mike Davis.
The Falcons would be interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
If ETN is really, if they're really using him as a third down back, either way, he probably splits time with Robinson, who was really good last year. I don't know about Hyde. Williams going to Atlanta, which has the pass catchers to keep the defense honest, and no competition at running back, really would probably be a better spot.
And so the second round will start Jacksonville, New York, Atlanta, Miami, Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Carolina, Denver. So a lot of the same names up at the top. Let's see who Eli Moore, Javonte Williams, Terrence Marshall.
Who's the first quarterback that goes tomorrow? Everybody. Just rapid fire.
Yeah,
you literally get to say a name, and that's it. You get to say a name.
David Mills.
Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
Kellen Mond.
Mond.
I agree, Mond.
See you in Davis Millsville.
Sounds like a terrible place.
It is a terrible place, but he's still going to be the first QB taken.
Yeah, well, Kellen Mond has nothing to say about it.
Does Trask go tomorrow then?
No.
Yes.
I think he goes in the third.
Yeah, tomorrow, so that's the second
yeah.
and third round. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
I don't think he does. I'm predicting no.
Whoa. I think he'll go.
For anyone still watching, tomorrow we've got former Dallas Cowboy Brandon Carr, former Jacksonville Jaguar Cam Bradfield. We've got Matt Waldman. We've got. Did Brandon Hay come on with us to start?
He said it was too loud. I don't know where he is.
He's out at a draft party, I believe, for Jacksonville.
Whoa.
This kid's trying to give COVID away.
We had
for
Brandon
free.
scheduled, and he didn't come on with us. Austin, go. You need to go.
I DM'd him the link. He said it was too loud. He could not come on tonight.
Nick Whalen, Samantha Holt, Matt Waldman, the players.
Noah Hills.
Noah Hills. Noah Hills, one of my favorite writers.
Who's been dropping some heat the past half hour in case anyone has.
He always does.
Oh man, I gotta look.
He always does.
He's scrambling on the James Robinson takes he had in the last 2 weeks.
Well, wait, what was his takes? I missed it.
Oh, he was pro James Robinson, hold him and keep him, and I was like, no. Scrambling. Noah's cool though. Noah's a
yeah. There's no doubt about that.
4 hours, 12 minutes. That's a live stream, folks. We're doing work here. We're doing work. None of us are being paid though.
At least we can drink doing this work.
Yeah. All right.
I am working on a instant reaction article here to the draft. I'm hoping to have that out tomorrow morning. We'll see how busy my morning is tomorrow, but probably by the afternoon.
So today is actually tomorrow, for those who don't know, which is probably all of you, is Oaks Day in Louisville. Oaks Day is the day before the Kentucky Derby. And you get I'm from Michigan, so this stuff throws me off, but our office is only open half the day tomorrow. School is shut down.
Tomorrow or this weekend's the Kentucky Derby? That feels early.
It's always the first Saturday in May.
Really?
Except for COVID.
Nobody realizes it.
I always thought it was way closer to my birthday than that.
Tomorrow is Oaks Day, so if trivia, Oaks Day is the day before the Kentucky Derby. And it's a holiday in Louisville, so I will not be doing very much work. I'll probably, because I haven't been on Debbie Debate the last 2 weeks, I'll probably record some sort of, thing where I'm just talking to myself and then and upload it.
And for Jay here, I believe tomorrow kicks off at 7 o'clock Eastern. Yes, so we'll probably hop on about 10 minutes early tonight. So we'll, 6:50-ish tomorrow. I won't be on tomorrow. I'll be traveling. I cannot speak for everybody else, but I believe that is the plan for tomorrow.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, PJ, and the hundreds of thousands of people who tuned in to the live stream tonight. We will get back with you tomorrow night. Good night and good luck.